risky behavior.
The views and opinions expressed on this channel are solely those of the host and guest and are intended for entertainment and discussion purposes only. This channel does not promote bias, hatred, or discrimination of any kind. All questions posed and thoughts shared are part of a critical thinking exercise and are not meant to offend or judge any individual or group. We encourage respectful dialogue and love for all. Please remember to think critically and engage thoughtfully. We aim to foster a positive and inclusive community where everyone feels welcome. Thank you for being a part of Risky Behavior ENT.
Risky behavior.
Yo, what up? How y'all doing? Welcome back. This is Risky Behavior ENT. Also, ENT stands for not just entertainment, but also engaging in negative traits is what it stands for. Because here on my channel, I like to focus on human behavior, people engaging in risky things. Where I don't call people good or bad, but I'll just simply say what you're doing is risky, and whatever results that you think that you're gonna get. I don't think it's going to go your way, just in life or in general. For today, I'm going to be talking about the Rodney Hinton Jr. situation. I'm pretty sure everybody's talking about it. I'm just giving my opinion. I do be a little late when talking about these topics because I like to get all the evidence before I speak on a situation. And so, shout out, we got the Prince of Petty here, my brother. I was
What up? What up?
What's up, man? I was waiting on you because I haven't spoken on this because I like to wait for all the evidence to come. I hate putting my foot in my own mouth, right? And so I like to get a clear view of everything, put it all on the table before I usually give my opinion. So the guy that we're about to talk about and give our opinion on the situation is, of course, a guy by the name of Rodney Hinton Jr. or I think, or is he a senior? I seen in a press conference they actually corrected that.
Nah, he's a junior. It's the they did a press conference and the bald gentleman with the leather jacket, he's the senior.
Okay, he's a senior. Cool. All right, so this is him. I don't even know what this is at.
Subway is the place to fill up on all the good stuff.
Of course, that play. Whatever. I don't need that video. Anyway, here it says Rodney Hinton Jr., who authorities say intentionally hit and killed an Ohio sheriff's deputy with the car after his son was fatally shot by police, will remain in jail without bond while he awaits trial on a murder charge. Hinton Jr. was denied bond at a Tuesday court hearing in Cincinnati. He is charged with aggravated murder for the May 2 killing of Hamilton County Sheriff's Deputy Larry Henderson. Here's a quote from the judge that says, "There will be an order of remand with no bond. Please assure the safety of the defendant and any mental health treatment that can be granted." Hamilton County Municipal Judge Tyrone Yates said. The hearing is the latest development in a case that began last week when Cincinnati police shot and killed Hinton Jr.'s son. Police said 18-year-old Ryan Hinton was one of 4 men who were fleeing after officers found them in a stolen car and that he was armed when he ran. Okay. And so basically that's how all of this started. Police show up. Oh man, I'm hungry too. Oh man, I wish that wouldn't have popped up. Anywho, let me be focused and concentrated. Basically, this all started. Stolen car. Police show up. 4 guys hop out. One of them have a gun. Sounds about right, Prince.
Yep, that's correct.
Let's see. All righty.
Club in Atlanta. For High Plus News, I'm John Alva. Rodney Hinton Jr. has been charged with the aggravated murder of a sheriff's deputy, Larry Henderson, after hitting him while he was directing traffic near the University of Cincinnati. Now, the story goes even deeper, as Hinton Jr. is the father of 18-year-old Ryan Hinton, who was shot and killed by an officer just the day before. Authorities are now saying Rodney purposely and intentionally struck the deputy as an act of revenge. Now, the day before Rodney Hinton hit a sheriff's deputy with his car, his son Ryan Hinton was killed by a Cincinnati police officer who responded to a report of a stolen vehicle. NBC News reports that 4 people in the alleged stolen car ran after the police approached them. In that report, Cincinnati Police Chief Teresa Theet said Ryan was armed. The police video would show an officer exiting his vehicle, pointing a gun at young Ryan, who appeared to be running away. The police chief said the officer fired at least 4 times and believes Ryan was hit by 2 bullets, one in the chest and one in the arm. A gun was reportedly recovered at the scene. Now, according to ABC News, attorneys for Hinton's family said Rodney, along with other family members, met with the Cincinnati police to view the body camera footage of Ryan's death. An excerpt of a statement from the attorneys read, Ryan Hinton's family, including Ryan's father, was present at the meeting, and they were understandably distraught as they watched the body cam video. After meeting with the police department, Ryan Hinton's father left in his own vehicle, and that was the last we heard from him until learning about the tragic incident involving a law enforcement officer who was working a traffic detail near the University of Cincinnati. Hinton's family members would say that after viewing the video, Rodney was upset and agitated. Concerns of Rodney driving rose. Therefore, NBC News reports some relatives drove him from the station, but he returned soon after to pick up his vehicle. A Cincinnati police officer explained Rodney actually left the parking lot, followed by some family members and another car, and then a few minutes later returned to the parking lot, drove through the parking lot, and left the parking lot again. The news report would continue. From there, Hinton drove toward the university and appeared to stop before he allegedly accelerated quickly through the intersection where Deputy Henderson was standing. The vehicle struck the deputy and the utility pole. There was no indication that Hinton tried to stop. Attorneys on behalf of the family would say, I don't think he was a cop killer. I think he was not in his right mind, and I think he should be treated like any other mentally ill person that commits a crime. A news conference was held this past Monday by the Hinton family where they addressed the shooting. Rodney Hinton Sr. would speak on behalf of his son and grandson.
Okay, and that's him. That's the senior. So I actually got that video is gonna be coming up. I found that video to just to put together.
I want to give condolences to the officers who got hurt, who got killed, the whole family. I'm gonna ask for forgiveness. And I've been praying hard for the officer that killed my grandson. Prosecuting attorney Ryan Nelson called Rodney's actions calculated and premeditated, stating he lined up his car, deliberately accelerated his car, and purposely caused the death of an on-duty deputy sheriff. Now, interesting enough, there appears to be conflicting reports on whether or not Ryan Hinton was armed. Tariq Nasheed, who remains a consistent commentator on racial issues, would chime in on the situation. On social media site X, he would go on to write, when you watch the body cam footage, Ryan Hinton clearly did not point a gun at a Cincinnati police officer. Those types of I'm white and I say so lies are always used to justify unaliving Black youths. And that's why Ryan's father, Ryan Hinton Jr., crashed out after he saw the footage and realized the police lied about what really happened. The officer who shot and killed Ryan remains unidentified, as the judge denied Rodney's bond and ordered him to be held until the next hearing, Tuesday, May 6. Hinton Jr. would plead not guilty. What do you think about the story of this Black father allegedly?
I'm gonna say this might be unpopular to say.
I know mine gonna be unpopular, but go ahead.
What's up? Juke Joint. What's up, bro? How you doing? Shout out to you. You said dude is a crash dummy. I agree. I see a lot of people arguing. People are trying to mix apples and oranges, right? I understand that you could say that because I looked at the body cam footage, it does appear that he was shot in the back, right? I didn't see anything that would indicate a gun being aimed at an officer. In other reports, I read that officer was actually chasing somebody else, but it's 4 people running. So while the officer's chasing somebody else, he just so happens to cross paths with the son. Says that, and you can see in the body cam footage, it looks awkward. What they're saying is he slipped. When he slips and falls, he must have the gun in his hand because they're saying they heard the metal hit the ground, but he doesn't drop it. And I think it's just a nervousness and fear perhaps made that officer shoot, but we'll have to see what happens in later reports to see a more breakdown of that because it happens so quickly. They're running, bodies moving. I would say this. I can understand what they're saying. This young man was shot, shouldn't have been shot. He was not a threat at the time. They can make a case for that, right? What does that have to do with you having the right to take your car after meeting up with the police, reviewing body cam footage? You're driving down the road in your car and you just randomly hit an officer. Maybe that argument would be acceptable if you actually went and killed the officer that did it, but you didn't do that. You leave a meeting, get in your car with your family in another car behind you following you. You see an officer over there writing a traffic ticket and go, I'm about to get my lick back. What does that have to do with what he did? That's an argument you make when you go into the police and you say, hey, I'm going to sue this department. I want to bring upon criminal charges against the officer that shot my son because he was not in any immediate danger. That's an argument for that. I don't know how you use that as an argument for him killing some random officer that had nothing to do with nothing. But I don't think I'm supposed to say that.
Well, no, you're not supposed to say that because evidently by saying that you have in turn become against your own people. My thing is this. I agree with you. The argument can then be made had he went after the cop who pulled the trigger. That's the only way any of this would make sense to me. But you went and killed somebody. You went and ran down somebody who had nothing to do with anything that was going on. In one correction, he wasn't writing a speeding ticket. He wasn't even in the commission of his duties. He was directing traffic from a college graduation. So he wasn't even doing cop duties.
Oh, damn.
That man was literally minding his business.
That's why they say he sped through the intersection because you're right. He would have been directing traffic. He would have had some people stopped. And then all of a sudden comes this guy in his car coming through the intersection. I mean, he would have had no idea what was heading his way.
No, not at all. He couldn't have seen that coming, none whatsoever. But going back to his son, Mr. Ryan Hinton, my thoughts on that is whether he was running, he tripped, he dropped the gun, he picked it up, well, he pointed it at the cop, whatever comes out about that story. The fact of the matter is he put himself in that situation. If the car wasn't stolen, the fact that you ran and again put yourself in that situation, unfortunately, you got what you got. If the cop was wrong, that's something that y'all fight in court. You do not have the right to take it upon yourself to, I'm gonna quote what I hear a lot of our people saying on the internet right now, eye for an eye. You don't have the right to do that, especially against somebody who had nothing to do with Xing out your kid. Nothing. He was wrong. This has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with revenge. It has to do with right and wrong. The argument can be made logically had he got the correct officer, but he didn't. Thus, he's in the situation. Well, I mean, he was going to be in this situation whether he got that officer or not, but thus he's in this situation he's in. Both of them, the daddy and the son, they put themselves in this situation. And it's good that
And
the family didn't really touch on him in their press conference. They didn't even talk about the father. And that's good. They made themselves look good in that case. Don't talk about him. Let's focus on trying to get the truth about why this cop shot y'all grandkid or son. Let's find out what happened with that. The father, oh, you dug your grave, homeboy. You made your bed.
one could also make the argument too is that even if he did get the right officer, one would also make the argument, see, look, he was raised by a violent father. So it still wouldn't help or do your son any justice. They're just
Oh
going
no,
to
it
turn
wouldn't help
around and
at
say,
all.
yeah, they just going to say, oh, see, this must be a violent family. And I would say that this is going to be used to help the officer. So mind you, now this family is stuck fighting two cases. One for the father, right? And then now for the son. I mean, any lawyer, anybody that's defending the cop with any intelligence is going to use this and say, look, this young man going around and stolen cars with a weapon. Obviously, his parents wasn't raising him right. I'm not saying this is my opinion. I'm just saying if I was in there, that's what I would use this. This officer shows up. This son obviously was raised by bad parents. Look at his father. His father's violent. He just killed a random officer. That's all they're going to do. Every time.
And the fact that he killed a random officer, that's going to come back to bite him in the backside, the father, because, bro, that's going to net you. And I'm calling it now. I could be wrong, by all means. If I'm proven wrong, cool. But I'm calling it now. Him killing the wrong officer or just a random officer, that's going to net him the death penalty. There is no. They can probably plead insanity due to emotions or something like that, but it's not gonna drop his time. He might do life. He ain't getting out no time soon.
Oh, he definitely not. Let me see. Okay, so here's I have another video from WLWT. Police share body cam after officer shoots suspect during chase, and they released it very quickly.
Other news tonight, Cincinnati police are sharing body camera video of the moments that led to an officer-involved shooting and killing of a suspect in East Price Hill.
And WLWT News 5's Danielle Dindak has been leading the way on this investigation for us. She's live right now, walking us through the video. Hi, Danielle.
Hi there, Mike. This video is very fast. We're talking about 6 seconds. 6 seconds from the time that officer got out of his vehicle and fired those shots. I do want to warn you, what you're about to watch could be hard to see.
He's got a gun. He's got a gun on your right. On your right.
In a matter of seconds, it all began with a stolen vehicle, a Kia from Edgewood, Kentucky. GPS tracking led the investigation here, a condo complex in East Price Hill. Officers arrived, and Chief Terry Thiegy explains what happened next.
All four individuals get out and start running.
On your right. On your right.
Some in different directions. So officers decide which individual they're going to pursue. One officer decides to pursue the individual who we now know had a firearm in his hand.
At some point, the person with the gun slips.
They heard the metal from the firearm hit the concrete. This individual gets up, still has the firearm in his hand, and continues to run through the dumpster.
The officer who fired the shots was chasing another suspect before he made contact with the armed suspect.
The officer who did discharge his firearm said that when the individual came out between the dumpsters, He had the firearm in front of him. It was in like a bladed position, and it was pointed at the officer. And he felt threatened for his life, and that's why he discharged his firearm.
4 to 5 rounds were fired. The suspect was hit twice, given medical care right away, and died. The AG says this is the gun the suspect had, a semi-automatic with an extended magazine, with another magazine in his pocket.
Let me be very direct. We cannot allow individuals to flee from officers with a loaded firearm aimed at them. When this happens, the outcome is almost always tragic.
Police also told us that a stolen gun was found inside that stolen Kia. At this time, we still do not have the identity of the person who was shot and killed. All police could tell us is that he was approximately 18 years old. Reporting live in East Price Hill tonight, Danielle Dindak, WLWT News 5.
You can also tell a lot
with a police officer that resulted in the.
You can also tell a lot by the language. She's standing behind her officers. She said, "We shot him." She's fully confident in where she stands. You can always tell a lot from the language.
Yeah, and the fact that they put the body cam out like immediately, like they didn't waste any time with that.
Yeah, they fully confident. Fully confident. Let me see. Yeah, they very, very fully confident. Shout out Juke Joint says, man, this is goofy. These YNs are on borrowed time. Yeah, definitely. If you're gonna be, I'm not trying to say the right way to do something, but once you cornered and you caught. Don't be having that gun in your hand. If it fall, don't reach, try to pick it up. Nothing of the sort at all. And I think too, with him, when you have an officer that peeped, that the guy had a gun in his hand, so he's just, he has a gun. This dude, he just comes out, and it could have been the way he was running, but it could look like somebody's, running, shooting back at you and stuff. So I don't know. I wouldn't think that officer was crazy for doing that. I know some people try to make an excuse, but if you're not in that situation, that's not your job. I don't think you can gauge that if you're not there, that threat level of somebody with a gun in that situation, especially people that are running don't want to go to jail. You have a gun. If you get cornered, they're going to shoot. And I don't think you should have to wait for somebody to shoot you to shoot back.
No, absolutely. And what a lot of people tend to not understand is, in law enforcement, if a perpetrator is running away, the officer has full authority to shoot that person in the back, especially if they see a weapon. Because then, in order to, and I'm speaking in law enforcement terms, in order to save the public, in order to protect the public, they have to do what they need to do. And that's just what it is.
What's up, narratives and dialogues? He said, huh? Question mark. I don't know what part you're referring to. Something else is unpopular. If somebody steal my car and the police catch them, yeah,
I'll go ahead on and just say it for you. If somebody steals my car and the police catch you and the police shoot you, I don't care. Bring me back my car. I don't care. I want my car back.
Okay, I see. Narratives and dialogue says, I'm an ex-law enforcement, and that must be in the South. Oh, you talking about referring to even if you get shot in the back?
Well, that must be something. That must be something only in the South, because I have family members of whom are officers, and I have friends in law enforcement, and that is how they are trained. I know a story that happened in Lafayette, Louisiana, where a gentleman was had just got into an altercation with somebody, and he had a knife, and he was walking away from the police. The police was just trying to get him to stop, talk to him or whatever like that. He brandished a knife against somebody else in the midst of an argument, in the midst of a fight or whatever like that. They caught up with him, tried to stop him or whatever. He went to go into a gas station, shot him dead right there at the door. They don't know what you're going to that gas station to do. You got a weapon on you. We see the weapon. It's in your hand. Shot him dead.
Yeah, and in this situation, I don't think the officer was wrong. I don't know what people expect. Imagine how crazy of a world it would be because it's funny when people want justice and they want you to catch the person that hurt their family. Imagine the officer or the person that stole their car. Imagine if officers just kept coming back saying, I mean, he ran. You didn't catch him, officer? I mean, he ran. You know, he had a gun. He was, he's running. He wouldn't put it away. And I just,
But not just that. To piggyback off your analogy, let's just say we got a bunch of officers out here dropping like flies. People expect cops to wait and see what happens. Oh, such and such died, end of watch, whatever day, whatever time. Oh, he was waiting to see what this other cat was going to do with his gun.
exactly. Let's see. Narratives and dialogue says if the person's running away in, you put in parentheses, a non-violent, non-combative situation is what I'm saying. I'm glad he clarified it. I get it.
Bet. Ain't nothing. We
says,
good.
Good chop up. Yep.
No, bet. I love a good dialogue. I love, if I need to clear up something, I can clear it up. We good.
Yeah. And I think that's just situational. I just I don't think that was necessarily I don't think that was necessarily non-violent. If you fall and the gun hits the ground and you continue to hold on to it or pick it up, I think that is perceived as threatening.
Yes, that is definitely threatening. And again, speaking from the experiences from people of whom I've spoken to and what have you, when officers are coming up to a situation that involves a stolen vehicle, they don't know what that person of whom stole the vehicle has. So when they come up to that vehicle, most likely they're going to already have their guns drawn anyway.
Yeah, I think it's sad. I think this is just an unfortunate situation and made extremely worse. And I get it. And I ain't trying to excuse any behavior at all, just young kids not not understanding the consequences, and we're seeing it more and more with these young men, young women out here doing things. I understand the family being upset, but at the end of the day, stolen car, gun, extended clip with an extra mag in his pocket, he was up to no good. Up to no good.
My thing is, what lick was they trying to go hit? Because he had not only an extended magazine, but another magazine in his pocket. So what was y'all going to do besides rob a bank? What was y'all going to do? Y'all need that kind of firepower.
I know. Narratives and dialogue says facts. NRO, it starts at the dinner table within the home. Oh yeah, you meant bro. All right, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, I
It
got you.
starts at home. It starts with parenting your children correctly. It starts at home. So what confuses me is the fact that we have so many of our people going around saying, "I stand with Rodney. I stand with Rodney." Why? His son was wrong. His little embarrassment of a kid was wrong, and he was wrong. We got two wrong people.
Juke Joint says it's the weed man that got them skipping like a record player that been scratched.
Damn.
I would normally say no to that, but I heard they got so many different type of weed out there now. People popping pills, just a bunch of addicts running around doing crazy things. And you know what? And this is why I do my channel Risky Behavior. And I say I don't call people good or bad because I don't want to get into the subjective nature of most of these arguments that surrounds it. This ain't about deserve. Did he deserve to die? Whatever. You know, I think it's about is. It's about the reality of the situation is this. Regardless of what you want to say people deserve or do not deserve, there are consequences to your actions. And if you're riding around in a stolen car with guns on you, running from police and engaging in this behavior, it could end in death.
And there it is. You put a period at the end of that. There it is. Consequences. I mean, I hate the fact that this young man lost his life, especially at that age. But unfortunately, him being shot, that's the causality of what he was doing, of what he was into.
Yeah. Narratives says I wouldn't even say that it is the weed man. I don't drink, smoke, or do drugs, and I'm around a lot of weed out in California daily in San Francisco. And guess what? People are functioning. I do believe, and then he put I do believe that too. You can be enhanced to do a hardcore level. He also put definitely could result in blood, and I mean cold blood. Oh, I got a video of the family. That's
Oh yeah, the press conference where the senior spoke out.
Yeah. But narratives, I think to narratives and juke joint though, I think it's just a combination of a lifestyle, smoking or drinking or popping pills, whatever the addiction is, along with committing crimes. I don't think you're it's kind of like drinking and driving. I don't think that you're, even if you are a person committing crimes, I don't think you're committing crimes the smart way because you're drunk or you're high. You're not paying attention, so you're not even being safe when committing crimes, which is you're already doing something wrong, and then you mix it with the inability to think clearly.
Not only not being safe, that being a bad combination, but provided you get caught, you not have another charge.
Yeah. I know Risky gonna agree with you, narrative. He said, we have seen this so many times, y'all. I'm so sick of seeing black people marching on behalf of foolishness.
Thank you. I'm sick of it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. All right, so this is the family of Ryan Hinton, 18-year-old shot and killed by Cincinnati police officer speaks. You see the grandma already in the middle, pissed off, or is that the auntie with the Hello Kitty shirt?
I don't know, because the dude in the leather jacket, he's the Rodney Sr., and he don't look to be all that old himself. Quite honestly, if Rodney Hinton was, I think they say he's 33. This cat here, he look like he look like he could pass for being in his late 40s or something. Like this cat here don't look old at all, but he's the senior.
He don't.
Maybe that lady is the great grandmama or something.
Thank you for coming out. My name is Michael
You hear the
Wright.
audio good?
Attorney Michael Wright. I'm going to introduce Attorney
Yeah, I can hear
John
it.
Rucker, Attorney Robert Gresham, Attorney Anthony Pearson. I'm going to introduce Mom, who is Tori Jackson, Grandma, which is Tanya Larkin, and Dad, which is Rodney Hinton Jr. Grandfather, excuse me. We're here because we represent the estate of Ryan. We're not here to talk about the incident that occurred with the police officer. We do offer our condolences to the officer and his family, but we were hired to represent this family to investigate the police-involved shooting of their son, Ryan. This family is very upset about what occurred. Kind of walking you through what happened is on Friday morning, we met with the police chief of Cincinnati, and we viewed the body cam video of what happened with the police-involved shooting with Ryan. We stayed at the chief's office for about an hour and a half, and what we saw was disturbing. The family was upset, as you can imagine, watching your son, watching your grandson, watching your loved one getting shot and killed by the police was upsetting to this family. We left out of the police chief's office, and a few hours later, I was made aware that Rodney had an incident with a police officer that resulted in the officer's death. But again, we are here because we represent the estate and the police-involved shooting. We're trying to get the family some answers as it relates to what happened with that shooting. We're not here at this point to make any specific allegations, to make any specific determinations as it relates to that police-involved shooting. We are here and we're retained to investigate that shooting. So we'll take any questions.
How will that proceed? What will that look like? What will you be reviewing the body camera footage frame by frame, or talking about the process?
Absolutely. We only saw one angle. We only saw, I believe it was the shooter's body cam. So we requested the records. We requested all the other body cams. We requested the reports. We did the ordinary public records request so that we can really analyze what occurred. I mean, what we saw in the video, it's hard to determine whether or not that officer was in imminent danger or should have thought that they were in imminent danger before they took shots. So we are specifically investigating, that part of this entire tragic situation.
Just right to the person who says Ryan was in a stolen car, had a firearm, according to the detectives, and this is what happened. What do you say to that person?
That's correct. But being in a stolen car, having a firearms, we're in Ohio, so you can open carry in Ohio. So that's not a death penalty. Being in a stolen car, having a gun, that doesn't mean that you should be shot and killed.
Just to be clear, are you disputing any of the comments we've heard from the chief, any of the facts that she laid out in that press conference?
Well, I'm not familiar specifically of what facts you are indicating. However, we believe that this incident should be investigated. It's not as cut and dry as this officer should have just pulled out his gun and shot at Ryan. It's not that cut and dry. So that's why we're doing the records request. We're going to analyze frame by frame each one of these videos to determine why the officer made that deadly decision to shoot and kill Ryan.
The only thing we've heard so far about Ryan has been from police with a member of the family. Want to step forward and tell us a little bit about him?
Yeah, of course. This is his mother. This is his grandmother, his brother, his father, his grandfather. Tell them your name.
I'm Diamante Jackson. I'm Ryan's big brother. My brother, he was always like real jokester, playing with everybody. But he was making sure everybody was good. Everybody was on their toes too. Like he was real loving.
Here we go with that halo treatment.
Do anything he ever did for you by just hanging with you, playing the game, playing football. We was play football outside all the time. Like it was just us, man.
How did you get the news?
So crazy. It's cool. It's cool.
Yeah, they doing the the thing.
That halo treatment. He's an angel.
Yeah. Narratives. I think Bruce Lee. I think he's just trolling right now. Yeah, I think he's just trolling. Juke Joint told him, "I ain't jealous of nobody but the people that don't have to work for a living, whoever that may be." Narrative said Bruce Lee, not at all, bro. I just think black people need to work on their own communities and stop inviting everyone to the cookout and stop giving everyone a say in their community. Definitely agree to that. Juke Joint says a fleeing suspect with a gun is a no. This attorney is a buffoon.
He is.
Yep.
I agree.
And I think Bruce Lee came in here and he doesn't even know our opinions. I think he's assuming because we're black that we're against the officer and on the side of the family. And that's not what we're doing here. You might want to rewind.
Yes,
definitely. And change your opinion of us. Because you probably be totally shocked on what we said. I think you're coming in. And I'm pretty sure you probably came from some other rooms where they were demonizing the officer. They probably made some comments towards white people and said, yeah, this is what the white men do. And so I understand you're probably coming in here. I've seen a lot of those attitudes when it came to the Metcalf versus Anthony. A lot of people come into these conversations hot and heavy, assuming people's positions. And you got it all wrong. Your comment says, I'm not gonna put the other comment that you put. YouTube blocked it, so I'm not gonna put it up, but it says y'all are jealous of white people, just admit it. No.
Not even close.
And what's crazy is a lot of us, like I know for me coming from a predominantly black area, I never had no runs. Not never, maybe once or twice. When I was in sales and I was this like probably over 20 years ago. I used to go sell in certain neighborhoods and people wouldn't want us over there selling, and they called the police and white officers showed them and said, oh, I know you're young over here, you're trying to make money or whatever. I see you in school, but you just can't be over here. He says, I'm gonna wait till you to your supervisor come picks you up, because they used to drop us off in the van and we're gonna knock on doors and sell the newspaper, right? This is back when people used to read newspaper. But other than that, all my other interactions with police were black. I never had to deal with no white officers. So for a lot of us, these conversations ain't even about white and black, because if you come from a predominantly black area, the people over you, people policing you that you see in certain positions, they're black. Even my wife, on her side, the family, one of her family members, actual police chief. So also I have my two uncles there in law enforcement. Prince has family in law enforcement. So you're just assuming because we're black, you don't think that we're in law enforcement when we are. So shout out Narrative. He says, Risky, I've been sub to you a while. We must have hung in the same spaces on YouTube. Yeah, you know what? I remember your name, but I can't think of the exact moment, but I recognized you when you came into the chat. And I appreciate the sub, man. Thank you for that. I appreciate all the support that I get. Definitely do. Narrative says, only thing I can say is just learn from this and move on. Definitely. Narrative says, well, y'all know that an attorney has to do his song and dance, even if it is wrong. However, those are the highest cases to defend. And Prince, I think you wanted to say something about the attorney and what the attorney said.
I wish I was a fly on the attorney's wall at his house. Like, I would love to hear how he's probably talking to his wife or talking to his son or something like that. Like, hey, look, don't you go be out here as stupid as this dude here. Or talking to his wife like, man, look, I'm defending these people to get this little payout, bro. We gonna lose. Like, I would love to hear that conversation.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it. I'm pretty sure. I would love to hear that. I would be I would love to be in his thoughts when he's standing up at that podium talking in the mic. Like, what can I say? I'm gonna do the whole, because he repeated what we always say. Oh, it's not a death sentence.
Right.
He wasn't sentenced to death. This is not like he was in court and stuff. I hate when people use that and try to compare it like somebody was in court and found guilty. No, you're out there with a gun engaging in this behavior, and this is the result of that.
Right. You played a stupid game and you usually win the stupid prize. That was a stupid prize. I'm sorry that he had to lose his life. I mean, I'm not trying to be funny or crack a joke about the young man, but at the end of the day, bruh, you got what you got. Look what you were, a part of. You got what you got. It is what it is. Now, whether or not the cop was wrong, as I stated earlier, hey, fight that out in court. You might get some money out of it or whatever the case. You might could get charges on the officer or something. Like, hey, fight that out in court. Worry about that in court. Don't go take matters into your own hands and do what the dad did. That's like that's asinine to me.
Shout out to Believe in Jesus to be saved. Thank you for coming through. They put Jesus saves. I think it always warms the heart to see the family come up, but it always seems like lies are being told to me, and I don't like it very much. Shout out to Grace Above Gold. Shout out to you. Like, they come up and say, well, yeah, he was a good dude. All we had was us, and he would have gave you the shirt off his back. Well,
man, I hate that.
Being that he was in a stolen car, are we sure that shirt was his? And maybe that's why he gave it to you so easily.
I'm supposed to be the petty one. Else I'm not supposed to say.
Oh, you can say it, man. You can say it. I be thinking that in my head. Because they act as if there's not killers who have people they love. They're scammers who have people they love. Anybody you could think of that society would look at and say they're horrible have people that they love that they treat nicely. So that's an excuse for it. He was in a stolen car. What are you saying? We caught him.
Right. He ran away. Not only was he in a stolen car, but he ran away with a firearm. Again, whether he dropped it, picked it up, he slipped, whatever the case may be, he put himself in that situation. All you had to do was not run, and he'll be here today. He wouldn't have slipped and fell. He wouldn't have had to drop his gun to pick it up. He wouldn't have had to point it at the cops. If he would have just set his behind in that stolen car, he'll still be here now.
Yep, he would have. Shout out to Narratives and Dialogue says attorneys can be nasty work on both sides, yet the prosecution and the defense eat donuts and drink coffee together while breaching the case. You know what? That's always been a fear in the back of my mind. Is like, if you ever get in trouble, I think the lawyers know each other, and I think that they're working something out with each other, right? Like, hey, I really need a win, man. So go light on me when we go in there today. I be having that, like, that be in the back of my mind. I think that's going to happen. And I actually, you can kind of see it in petty situations. Like for me, because I always wanted to protect my license, I would take a lawyer with me just for ticket court. And it'd be crazy. I see the lawyer go up there and approach the bench, and they
Start seeing him
know
cracking a
each
joke,
other.
laughing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I was in there. I was like super young. I was 20 years old, and I remember in the county I was in, that judge was such like, oh my God, so strict. Literally, if you got a speeding ticket and you was under the age of 21, he was suspending everybody's licenses. I'm the only one that walked out of there. It was just me and a bunch of other young people, and he was like, he was talking to everybody like he was their daddy, and he was suspending licenses. I only one showed up with a lawyer and walked away, but I got put on curfew. But my lawyer argued that, hey, he's in college, he has to drive back and forth, he's also working and everything. He judge thought about, yeah, okay, cool, whatever, and he just put me on a curfew. So of course I broke the rule, but I just didn't get caught doing it. But I had a curfew. I wasn't supposed to be out driving past a certain time. It's probably like, he said, man, you better have your behind in the house by 10, is what he told me.
Well, I can assure you from my own personal experiences, these lawyers, narratives and dialogues, he is absolutely correct. These lawyers all know each other. They go out for coffee. They know each other, wives, the whole nine. They know each other. Prime example, my ex-wife's lawyer, well, my lawyer in my custody case is cool with my ex-wife's lawyer. It's just like when they're in the courtroom, it's just like, well, I gotta get my client his kids, hey, no hard feelings, it's work, it's work. That's all it is. It's a job. But but yeah, I'll be at your son's birthday party tomorrow, bro. Don't worry. Like that's how it is.
I'm telling you. All right, let's get more.
Okay, and this is grandfather.
Young looking granddaddy.
I'm Rodney Hinton Sr. I want to give a condolence out to the officers that got killed. My whole family. I'm asking for forgiveness, and I've been praying hard for the officer that killed my grandson. I've been praying hard for him and his family because I know he's hurting off this. As I seen in the video about my grandson, I seen two scared people. I seen the officer scared, and I seen my grandson scared. So it's an unfortunate incident that happened. So that's all I seen. It was like, I didn't see the police there try to kill. No, what I seen was two persons made a mistake. My grandson made a mistake being there, and the officer, he was trying to get back to his family too. So that's what I seen. So it's not about revenge or anything. I had nothing against nobody. My Lord and Savior is Jesus Christ, and I represent him. So with that said, please, everybody, just try to forgive everybody who done anything to anybody.
Just written for you, this is a fact-finding mission more than anything to make sure you understand.
Yeah, it's a peace thing for me, for everything, for everybody to heal off this. I want everybody to heal off this. It's just like a mistake. I really feel bad for the officer who was shooting because I can see the scaredness in him too. People can't see it because I'm going spiritual with this now. So I was able to see that God had allowed me to see this part of the accident. Just like my son made an accident too. So he made an accident. Just, what I'm saying, just trying to just move on now. That's all I'm trying to do on. And I'm praying for the officer and their family.
Granddad said he ain't tripping. Grace Above Gold said, nah, granddad, nah.
My thing is, why
She did
Carmelo
not agree
Anthony
with that.
family couldn't do that? You see how simple that was?
Yeah. But Grace, you know that's old school. Your grandparents, they don't. I come from old school. You out there doing wrong, they is not finna protect you. They just ain't gonna do it. And that's like what Granddad said. He said two scared people. Yeah. Grace above gold. Oh, narrative. I seen you. Yeah. The typo. I know. It said hideous. You meant to put pettiest crime. Grace above gold says, I'm not with these Jim Crow raccoons. I think she's talking about the grandfather. I think the grandfather just trying to create peace and calm people down, and he's just trying to show understanding. Narratives and dialogue says, but I will say that the police has no business being scared in that field. That's why we need people who were in the military to take these jobs.
Amen. I believe that to the highest degree.
But I think
If
even
you
then
are
they scared. I don't think anybody escapes with the fear. I think there's a difference between fear controlling you and being out of control in fear. But I think they're always going to have fear.
I can agree with that. But a lot of these officers, one really wonders at times, like, how did you get out the police academy? When it comes to people upholding their amendment rights, a lot of the cops can't even recite certain amendments, like the primary amendments that you need to know, like number 1 and 4, period. Those are the amendments you should be able to recite off the top of your head as a cop. And a lot of them don't know it. Hell, even I know the First and the Fourth Amendment.
Yeah. But you know what? I do see what narrative is saying. He says, do not hire somebody because they could not get a job in their field just because they can pass a background check to be a police officer. This what has happened to a lot of people in the white. Now I do see that happening. You have people that don't really care about being an officer. I think it's two different. Some people just shouldn't be out there, period. And then you have other people that's out there and they really don't care. They hate the job. They don't care about the community that they're policing. And I think you can get those same results either way out of both of those people. Shout out to Byron Floyd. He says, don't trust these old niggas. Yeah, narratives and Byron, they're on the same page. Narrative says he's finishing his statement before he says, in the white community to become police officers who don't know your neighborhoods. And if we take color out of it, the same with some of the most educated lanes who don't understand how to deal with any society. Byron Floyd says a lot of these officers have never been around black people. Yeah, I can see that. I agree to that.
Man, once upon a time, we used to have officers who could pull up to the corner store and know everybody sitting out there on their little milk crates, drinking their little brown paper bag beer or smoking a blunt. Cop know them by name. Just be chilling. Cop go up in there, buy him a Coke, get back in the car. All right, y'all be cool, drive off.
Them my favorite body cam footages. When you see the officer pull up, he be like, hey man. He be like, yo, Corey, come here. He like, man, I ain't even doing nothing today. He's like, I know, man, but you staying out of trouble, man. Cause like, nah, man, that last time you caught me, man, I've been doing good. But yeah, you get to see that sometimes. Grace above gold says, Mr. Hay, don't do this to their own. I'm with the dad. The child should have been punished, not unalive. Stop killing us, or boys or men. I agree with you, but I don't know how else a situation with weapons is going to end. I don't know, like, what would you put into place if they are running or they have a gun? Do they tase? Like, how do you stop that from happening? I think if you enter into a situation where everybody has guns, I think somebody's going to get killed.
I mean, let's go back to my analogy. We start to run across a multitude of police officers getting killed. Why? Because they're going to stand there and wait and see what this gentleman with a gun does. That's stupid.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, I'm gonna let this person walk up on me with this knife. I see they have a mental illness. Absolutely, yeah. But they're trying to stab me. I'm just stand here and see if they actually stab me. What?
Yeah.
Hey, this
Byron is,
person just wrestled me down and stole my taser. I'm gonna stand here. I'm gonna wait and see if he actually shoots me with my taser.
yeah, I seen that happen. Officer had to shoot the person because he was able to wrestle him down.
Yeah. Like no, like these cops not about to sit around and wait to see your particular reaction. No, you're about to get shot. Now, if the situation comes up to where you can be tased, by all means, yes. The vast majority of officers, yes, they tase you. Or you got that handful of officers, you might get punched in the face. But other times, you can't sit up there and take that chance wrestling with a cop or trying to run up on a cop or trying to run away from a cop while holding a weapon or whatever, and not automatically assume that this cop is not going to shoot you. Every cop doesn't have the same level of restraint.
They don't. And I would say for anybody who disagrees, just think about it. What would you do in that situation as an officer? Because you
I'll
gotta
tell you
catch
straight up and down with a
you
frown, I would
gotta
have shot
catch
him.
the bad guy. You said you would have what?
I would have shot him. I'm sorry. I would have shot him. Again, just going off the knowledge and the people that I know who are in law enforcement, you walking up on a stolen vehicle. I don't know if you got any weapons on you or whatever. God forbid you run away and now I see you with a weapon. I kind of got to protect the community at that point. I don't know what time of day you on. I'm going to shoot you.
Yeah.
I'm not about to stand
And
there and wait for you to possibly turn around and shoot me.
Byron Floyd is cracking me up saying fat A officers don't even walk a beat no more. I can't respect the officer with a bad built butch body. I laugh when I see that
Bruh,
too. I will
I
not lie.
can't stand. I always question, how did you get out of the police academy, or did you just gain this weight on desk duty or something? Like how did you become a cop?
He let himself go. Grace Above Gold says they give whites many chances in those situations. They just kill us.
That's a lie.
I don't know
I
about
disagree with that.
Not this particular
Yeah.
situation. Not this particular one.
I have seen multiple body cams of black people fighting with the police. I mean, on the ground, tussling, getting it in. And the officer's backup gets there. They wrestle them down. They handcuff them, put them in the car. Nothing more, nothing less. I've seen multiple body cams like that. Let's not throw those cops who do shoot somebody into the same category of cops who don't mind.
Oh, you breaking up. Yo, Prince, you breaking up.
Now
I can
I
hear
hear a
you
lot
now.
of dead zone.
Oh, you're the
All right,
dead
yeah, I
zone.
was just saying, let's not put.
Oh, damn. He had another dead zone. I heard majority of what you were saying. You just went out at the tail end. Nah, it's still going in and out. Hopefully you'll come out of it. Yeah. Yeah. Yo, Grace Above Gold said she coming for you. She said you started sounding like a robot because that's bull hit. Oh, he dropped out. Oh man. Hopefully he come back. Grace Above Gold, I'm gonna save your comment for him. I'm gonna save your comment for him. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this video. Narrative says I like Grace. Oh, he back, Grace. He back, Grace. What you gonna do? He back. He back. He back, Grace.
My bad. Can you hear me now?
Grace? What you gonna do, Grace? The Prince of Petty is back.
The mate just came for me.
She said you started sounding like a robot because that's some bull-ish. Like she's talking about what you said.
About black people, about it not being open season on black people. It's not true. I mean, yeah, black people get killed by the police all the time. Yeah, but there's also groups of black people who get beat the hell up, like who get arrested alive. George Floyd, prior to him being murdered by Derek Chauvin, glad he's in jail. He was dead wrong. But the exact same thing happened the year prior with George Floyd. And he was just arrested. He went to jail that day.
Yeah. And they also had a young white guy in the hotel. He's the one that they had crawling on their knees, and they just shot him down. He had
Daniel Shaver. Daniel Shaver. Yep, I remember him. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Oh, Grace coming for you, man. She said, deprogram my brother.
I've never been programmed to have to deprogram you. I'm just able to see the light. I'm just able to see the truth.
Oh, man.
When you play a stupid game, you win a stupid prize.
I'm
not going around telling nobody to comply or die, but at the same time, know the situation that you're in. Had a young man not ran, had a young man not tripped and fell and his gun fell out of his pocket, pointed at the cop, whether he did it or not, the fact of the matter was he put himself in that situation. Period. I can't have sympathy for that.
Yeah. Nah, I definitely agree. I've seen I will not now. I won't ignore the fact that there are cases where you see and you're like, come on, man. I can see a clear difference but I think that does go to being familiar, right? When you and that goes back to what we stated earlier in the chat where we said people being from a community, right? If you come from a certain community and you're used to seeing, okay, I know what it looks like when a person is on drugs. I understand when a person is mentally unhealthy. So I'm not going to take it the wrong way. And I've seen, but I don't think that has to do with white or black necessarily. I've seen, because believe it or not, white people come from poor neighborhoods. I've seen some of these white officers black or whether like Hispanic or something, and they come from certain neighborhoods. They know what it look like when somebody got a mental health problem, and you can see that cop show up, de-escalate, and understand what this person is going through. But then you have other people that come up that show no understanding at all. It's kind of like that popular video, right? Now watch this. It's like that popular video going around. You have two black officers, right? You have one officer pulled over this guy. He's trying to get him to come out the car. The guy says, I am handicapped. I'm paralyzed. The cop's like, oh, no, I got you. This guy needs a wheelchair. And he just pulls the guy out the car. His legs don't work. He like, stand up. And him and his wife are like, the wife is saying, officer. And these are older people. He does this to an older black man. And the older wife is over there. You can tell they're old. You hear the wife. Officer, he's paralyzed. He's handicapped. He can't stand up. I see it happen all the time with even black officers dealing with other black people, they do it. So I don't know if I can say it. And me coming from a predominantly black area and only dealing with black officers, I don't know if I can say it's just a white or black thing. But
Right.
that's
I
just
got
me.
another. Right. I'm with you. I got one for you. Look up Tony Temper. This was an altercation with white cops. Tony Temper, he was white, and he died the same way George Floyd died. Not a peep. Nobody said anything. He was having a mental episode. He was in mental distress. Not like George Floyd. He was in mental distress, and he died the same way George Floyd did. They even
Oh, you went out again in the dead zone.
can't hear me now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I was saying they even rolled Tony Temple over on his back to stab him in his chest with an EpiPen to try to get him to wake up. If you look at the body cam, the ambulance showed up, the EMT showed up, and they was talking to the cops like, "What happened?" And they were mad at the cops, like, "Seriously? You called us out here to try to cover up for you?" Even the EMTs was upset.
Yeah. Oh, and narratives. I don't think nobody trying to say somebody should be murdered with a knee on their neck. I'm totally against what happened with the George Floyd situation.
Yeah, I even said in my statement that yeah, Derek Chauvin was dead wrong. I'm glad he's locked up. He
Yeah.
was dead wrong for that.
We don't agree with that. We were pointing out that it happens with other people too. It happens with other people of the same race and stuff. I don't think it's just black and white all the time is what I'm saying. I think sometimes clearly it's a black and white issue, but I'm thinking at other times, I don't think it's black and white. I think it's just evil people that's taking their job to the next level. Because if it were always black and white, then when you stay amongst a predominantly black area and you're dealing with nothing but black officers, you shouldn't see that behavior ever. And I'm saying you still see that behavior. That's what we're saying. It's not always black and white. It's not always so cut and dry.
Right, and the majority of the officers who be out here planting evidence on people is usually white cops planting evidence in people's cars and stuff like that on white people. So it happens. It's really not a white and black thing. It happens. It happens all around.
Yep. Grace Above Gold says because they are programmed too, the blue line will make them turn on their own. Yeah, I've heard that argument too. I don't think that's also always necessarily the case.
I don't know. I think that's on the city by city basis. Because if you come to New Orleans, you gonna be cool with the cops. Our cops don't care. our cops will come to your house and talk to you like y'all friends, like y'all graduated together or something.
Yeah. Let's see. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this video, and I'm take a good bathroom break. Also, man, y'all thumbs up the video, like the video if you haven't thumbs it up already. Go ahead, thumbs it up, like the video, and I will most definitely appreciate it.
It's been hard on my side. I know it's been hard on Tori, because me and Tori, me and her is so tight. We usually being born on the same day. So God, it's crucial how me and her have to end up to explain this now. We born on the same day, but different years. You know what I'm saying? So all this was building up to this point. But I was trying to I have to bring the peace to this. There's no violence in this, no revenge.
You're aware there's social media chatter that people in the community might feel a different way?
I don't.
We haven't been on it at all.
I'm being no social media. I don't do no Facebook, nothing. I just rely on power of God. That's it.
It seems like there's some tensions though, based on some of those posts. Do you have like a calming message for those who are concerned over the shooting?
Long live Ryan. I want to say out to the media and the social
Tell
media.
them your
My
name.
name is Tanya Larkin. I am Ryan's grandmother.
That's a lot of different last
Ryan
names.
was a sweet, gentle giant that played with everybody all the time. You see all the younger ones? That was a PlayStation buddy. He made it a point to make sure that he played with each and every last one of them whenever he was around them. He included them in the game process. He taught each one of them how to play the game. We are very close family. This is killing us. I can't even express how I feel right now about, I'm angry because it shouldn't have never happened. I want to find out exactly what steps was taken and the protocol. And if everything comes out that it's not what it should have been, we need to do something about change in training and diversity and understanding us as a Black culture. We
Oh,
as Black
hell no.
people, we don't deserve to be killed just because we're running away from the police. We're scared just as much as they are, whether we did something right or wrong. This is everyday life for us, being scared of the police. Take that in consideration while everybody is making comments on the parent should have did this and the parent should have did that.
Okay, come on. Because I ain't worried about it.
Wow. Wow.
What's your name?
My name is Marlon. I'm Ryan's cousin. My condolences to everybody involved in this. I just want to say, Ryan, I'm so sorry. God, please watch over the rest of my family. I want to address all the negativity and saying he was being in a stolen car, this and that. Listen, condolences to everybody involved in this. He was supposed to be at home that night. I just want to say, shit. Let me get this off. He had no business being in a stolen car, man. He had a bed to come home to. He slept in a car. He couldn't get in the house. All right. He called me like 6-9 times, like 12, like between 12 and 1. Called me trying to get in. Text me. And I was asleep. Ryan, I'm so sorry. This was never supposed to happen to you. Ever. I'm so sorry, Ryan. I'm so sorry, Ryan. Just know he wasn't supposed to be there. He wasn't supposed to be there. He wasn't. He was scared. He tripped and fell. He must have been so scared.
He was supposed to be there. That was his friends. That was who he hang with.
Just that, like everybody just talking shit about him. Just know he wasn't supposed to be here, y'all.
My bad. It was a little feedback.
Man, did you hear what the grandmother said? I need you to play that back if you didn't hear it.
Well,
I was watching
again, we're
the
investigating.
granny.
When we
They
get
cut
all the
her off.
information that we've
Hold on.
requested, then we'll make a determination as to next steps. We have to analyze all of.
Ryan was a sweet, gentle giant that played with everybody all the time.
No, he
You
wasn't.
see all the younger ones? That was a PlayStation buddy. He made it a point to make sure that he played with each and every last one of them whenever he was around them.
Hopefully not the way he
included
played with
them
that cop.
in the game process. He taught each one of them how to play the game. We are very close family. This is killing us. I can't even express how I feel right now about, I'm angry because it shouldn't have never happened. I want to find out exactly what steps was taken and the protocol.
Pause it right there, Shameli.
Everything comes out that
She wants to see the steps in the protocol. The protocol is exactly what happened. Your grandson ran away in the midst of a felony with a firearm. The cop did what he had to do. Period.
Yeah, I don't know why she's saying that. I think people are unreasonable to think that in the heat of the action, your training kicks in. There is no stop. All right, check off. Okay. 1. All right. What's the next step? 2. Oh, okay. 3. No, it's they don't go. Shout out to Mr. my brother Marcus Banks in the building.
Oh, what up?
What's up, man? What's up? Hope you're doing good. Thank you for coming through, brother. I don't think people realize, and this is probably the realest way I could put it. People often, to me, when people say, okay, the police officers protect and serve, I think their job is to protect and serve what we would call,
I got a comment on that one.
The Constitution. When you are operating as a robber, whatever it is outside of the law, their job is to come and get you. Their job ain't to come and talk to you politely or anything. And there is no excuses, because you'll lose your job. That you have to be okay with. You're going to have to go out there and get people that don't want to be gotten. And you may have to pull your gun and shoot somebody if they have a weapon. That's the game that's being played.
I got an easier way to put it for you. A cop's job is not to protect and serve. A cop's job is to investigate and prevent. When a cop shows up, police are, an easy way of putting it is, police are glorified cleanup crews. They show up after the fact because that's why you called them. Something happened, past tense, and you need assistance, that being the officers. So when they show up, they investigate. The prevention aspect comes in because they want to prevent whatever happened from happening again.
Agreed. Shout out to Narratives and Dialogues. Yeah, man, if you want to hit the link, you can hit the link. There's no problem. If anybody does, I know Marcus Banks, he's up in here. If you want to hit the link, to my brother, you can, if you want to speak.
And also, Shameli, you had a comment up there that I saw. And my opinion on that is extremely controversial.
Which comment?
The one that asking, the one I couldn't see who asked it, but I saw the question. He said it's just a question, but do you think we should segregate?
Oh, that was Byron. Byron said that, I believe.
Byron, my response to you is yes. Blacks did a hell of a lot more when we were segregated. When we had our own communities, when we had our own areas, we had our own businesses, we had more families, we had more fathers in the homes at that time. That might be the one solution that we can feasibly obtain in fixing the quote unquote black community. You look at a lot of the black millionaires now. Where are their businesses? Around white folk. The people who give them said money. If we all segregated, that wouldn't be. Our black rappers, black millionaires, what have you, would be among us, would be among the communities. Look at Black Lives Matter. Where did Patrice Cullors go buy those houses? By white people.
Well, I don't need to tell you that Grace Above Gold says, tell him, Granny. I agree. Granny was popping her shit. I ain't mad at her. Byron Floyd says, I hear and feel Granny sincerely, but we ain't scared of the police. I don't think people really scared of the police either. I think people say that. But don't. Marcus Banks says, "What's up, Prince Petty, my brother?" You
I'm
think?
more afraid of people, uncles, cousins, and brothers more than I am of police.
Yeah. Oh, narratives and dialogue says, the granddad is a real coon, but maybe he's just tired and has seen his grandson going down the wrong path, and now he's at peace with it. That's the only way I can see him smiling the way he's smiling. I think that's what it is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I think he noticed it, and he's you know, he might come from being down that path, and he just probably accepts what comes with it. Honestly, it's
Right.
kind of the vibe that I got from him and the look on his face.
Same, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see, because they cut Granny off.
It's
I
not
feel like Granny was spewing some nonsense.
what it should have been. We need to do something about change in training and diversity and understanding us as a Black culture.
Pause it.
We as Black people, we don't deserve to.
Oh, I appreciate you narratives. I heard that echo too. That's why I had rewound it. It was some feedback.
Touching on what Granny just said, the cop followed his training to a T. He did exactly what he was supposed to do. And that, given the circumstances, given the totality of circumstances, the cop did exactly what he was supposed to do. She want to talk about more understanding and diversity. What the cop was supposed to do? Stand there, wait and see what was going to happen with this young man running around with a gun? Running from a stolen car? And let's just say the car wasn't stolen. For the sake of the argument, let's just say the car wasn't stolen. One of the numbers on the license plate was wrong from the license plate reader or something like that. Why did you run? It could have been understood as just a misunderstanding.
Yep. Oh, narratives and dialogues. That's the link to. I don't know if it lets you click it anymore from the chat though. Oh, there you go.
If it comes up in the chat blue, you can click it. But
He
it would
got it.
have to be
What's up? What's up?
somebody. It would have to be somebody like you yourself posting it in the chat, because some mods might not be able to post links specifically.
Yeah. He on the stage now.
Yeah, I'm on here. I'm well versed with this. I've been in the space
Bet.
since 2015.
What's up, man?
I'm good. Hey, you're on point about some things, man, but some things you kind of off. But I will say this, Granny, we've seen Granny millions of times up here doing this, and it's not because you're Black, but at the same time, it is. You know, that's why I like this channel so far, because it's neutral. You know, we can't just dismiss everything that is Black. Some of these niggas, they don't even think that Black exists. So we got to get people away from us who don't want to see the Black community get better. I have a problem with that. Everything don't have to be a problem in the Black community, and everything don't need to be negative about the Black community. We need to highlight those who are doing the work. We need to worry about those who are trying to go somewhere and make the Black community a better place, versus worry about those who don't. We don't care about them. You know, let them go on and do what they do. You know, but it should not be an excuse. For in 2025, you should know how to deal with people that are different from you. I'm just sorry. I have a master's in criminology. I worked in law enforcement, 10 to 15 years. And it's just, it's just no excuse. This is why I said earlier, no one need to hire people just because they couldn't get a job in their field. You need people who are trained for this type of job, like military people who went to school, not just to be, the administrative part of law enforcement, but the defense tactics part of it as well. So that's just so, it's just so important, man. You know, this thing goes so many different ways, and you would hear brothers with these same old talking points from 2018 to 2022 about George Floyd. You know, I keep them off of my channel and out of my chat because they are the problem as well. You know who the problem is? Is these coons, these straight up niggas who ain't going nowhere, and these hyenas. Those are the problem. We already know what white people do, so we ain't worried about them. I'll land right there.
Oh no, I like what you said.
I agree.
And Grace, I would not sell you out. Grace says that risky is risky. He sell me out. I would not sell you out. I think people I would say this. The reason I point out that every situation is not the same is because you can't attack anything if you don't know what the cause of it is, right? In order to find a solution, you have to know what the actual problem is. If you just throw a blanket argument of black versus white on every time something happens, you will lose when you go to court. You have to know how you're going to attack it. This is what determines if you're going to win the case or not, right? How do we find this officer guilty? How do we know on what grounds we're going to sue the department? How are we going to attack this? What programs are we going to put in place? If for instance, you got a white officer and he something happens with him and another a black civilian, right? And you just say, oh, well, it's white versus black, right? And so you put in a program that says that we're gonna put in a more programs dealing with race, right? That's going on within the community. But what if it wasn't about white versus black? Maybe that officer didn't know how to respond to a person dealing with schizophrenia.
Then he need to get a new job.
Well, I'm saying what it is you should put in a program on how to deal with people with mental illness.
Yeah, or either hire people who are medical professionals who can also carry and do physical law enforcement, who know how to deal with, you know, mental health. Now, when I worked law enforcement, yes, we did. You know, we knew how to deal with we know how to deal with teens, you know, underage children. See, because that's the thing. We already, as boys, black boys growing up, we look grown, and that's another problem. We're a threat in that aspect, you know, hitting from all angles. And not to play the victim, because that's not what I am, but that's a true fact.
Oh, Prince, you want to say something? I got to take a phone call real quick. But no, I understand. I agree with what you're saying there.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, man. But one of the main things that I've seen in regards to a lot of these situations like that, it almost feels as if the black folk are actually playing the victim, and they disregard what it is that led up to the situation in which it is they're arguing about. The young man ran away in the midst of a felony. Now, you worked in law enforcement, and again, I'm going off of my own knowledge as well. When you're dealing with a stolen vehicle, that's considered a felony stop. So more caution is taken with that, as opposed to a cop just pulling you over for your tail light being out.
Yeah, but that's even in that, it's a lower class felony. See, I studied federal and state law, and that's the problem with a lot of us. When we go and get our degrees, we are only learned to take, you know, law for that particular state. We need to learn universal law. We need to learn, and when I say with international law, universal law, like, you know, throughout the whole 50 states, and learn federal laws, because, you know, people have different laws, you know, according to jurisdiction, but there are laws that are federal laws that can overrule those laws. And I think just when it comes to a human rights issue or a person being human, you know, we have to look at that. But of course, we know that law enforcement is protected in all aspects of immunity. You know, it was a point in time, one time they could just tell you they feared for their lives. At one point they could tell you, oh, we thought that he was going to do something, you know, but then again, that seems to have come back around, you know. So I'm in the middle with this. One, again, it starts at home. Why was he there? That's important to know. You know, the company you keep. You know,
Yes.
why? You know, even if he was not the person that committed the crime, the fact that you were there and put yourself in a situation, that's the problem, man. We need to be able to understand our surroundings, everything around us, and watch everything around us like security, because at any given time, you could even be in a mistaken identity. And when it comes to that, even Black men are blamed even in that aspect. You know, people automatically think that you're guilty and you did something just because of who you are. And that's a fact. It ain't got nothing to do with playing the victim. And a lot of people, they often think that they're exempt from that because they say, well, it didn't happen to me, so it didn't exist. We got to give grace. Or they think it won't happen.
Well, yeah, I feel you on that, and I'm actually in regards to the situation because I'm kind of in the same place. I mean, if somebody put a gun to my head and try to get me to choose a side, like I can't. I mean, I gotta look at this from the law enforcement aspect, and I gotta look at it from a human aspect. Human aspect, okay, the young man Black, he probably know he hanging out with the wrong crowd. Screw it. I'm about to kick rocks. I'm about to run. Hell with this. But then looking at it from the cop aspect, you know, he running, he tripped, fell, dropped the gun, picked whatever the case may be, if he pointed it or not, I wasn't there. But little dude running with a gun, I need to protect the public. I need to protect myself. I need to
Okay,
protect
so
my cohorts out here.
Did he drop the gun?
I've read reports saying he dropped it. I've read reports saying that he tripped and fell with it in his hand. That's how he got scuffed up. I've read more than one stating both of those claims. So I
Let's
don't know
say
if he
that
dropped it or what.
at that point, and I'm not taking up for him, you know, for doing whatever, you know. At that point, I think the crime had de-escalated once he was on the ground. Now, even if the gun had dropped and he was running away, I don't think he still should have been shot. Now, if he's a person that probably could have had, if he was a violent person, has a violent history, or if he could probably have access to another one, that would be a problem too. But then again, I'm looking at it this way: what if he had another gun on him in his pocket? You know, while running away, and he pow 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 shot back. So I get it. I get it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, personally speaking, from my point of view, being a Black man, I personally believed he was at a decent range. I think he could have got away with tasing him, but just looking at it from, I guess, you know, the situation, how fast everything happened, the young man lost his life. But I can't just flat out take his side because I'm Black.
Yeah. Well, let's say
and I'm not a cop. I surely not going to just flat out jump on the cop side, you know.
Yeah.
So
Well,
I gotta speak out on both sides.
Like me, I'm not a political person. I'm not Democrat or Republican. You know why? Because neither one of them has done anything for us, especially not for me. You know, I come from a father who was in the military for 40 years, a mother who was a school teacher for 38 years, and all of us came out pretty much successful. But one thing they taught us while living in our neighborhood, and I'm talking about a nice neighborhood growing up, you are still Black.
Yeah.
The people are going to, no matter what you do, no matter how good your life has been, people are going to see you Black. So that's why I can sympathize with people who are not at a higher learning. Everybody don't arrive at the same time. And that is the problem. You know, it starts with the home. It starts with who you elect in office. And I'm talking about locally, because I don't think anyone, because I see a lot of Black men around here thinking that, you know, a president is going to save them and also help get Black women in order.
Oh, that's one of the things I preach to everybody. Your vote doesn't matter when it comes to the president at all. You need to vote locally.
Yeah.
That's something that I preach.
Yeah. Because let me tell you something that could slip up. And that's the problem with the black community. They go straight into voting for just the president, and they don't understand everything that you deal with needs to be local. Because whatever everything around you and where you're currently living at in that county, if it's a small piece of land and the community is small, you need to vote community. While also pushing other people to vote for their own communities and the best candidates. Because let me tell you something, all skin folks ain't kin folks, even when it comes to voting people in. And it's not even about because they're black. Now, I'm going to tell you something, and you may not agree. It's in some people's DNA to be who they are. So don't be surprised when they do stuff to you. And you got to get if you're going to vote black, get the right black people that's for your best interests, who can understand things. Because, all these people that they got talking for us on the internet and in the White House, and these ain't the right people. Candace Owens can speak very proper and logical, but Candace Owens is not the ideal black woman for black people. You get what I'm saying? And she's very smart. I can't stand Candace Owens. Can't stand Brandon Tatum either. Because these are the people that will never highlight anything good in the black community. You got Robert F. Smith, who's done a great deal of good things in the community. I belong to a historical D9, fraternity, and we've done some great things. They won't highlight that because it's too black. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. You gotta be careful, not just with the skin color though. Like would you say, like a Candace Owens is, even when somebody is intelligent, how do they relay the information that they have, right? Because anybody can see something horrific. Like I can see something happen in the black community, and Candace Owens, she'll comment, right? And she'll give the stats and the data, but she doesn't give the context to it, right? And she just blurts it out and stuff. I think that's one of the things I would say I don't like about her. She is intelligent. And I can appreciate anybody's opinion, I guess, or their right to say it.
Given the data according to what Candace Owens wouldn't be seen in a black neighborhood, and wherever she think that the same ones she talk against, she probably would think, she'll clutch her pearls like a white woman. But yet she's getting this stuff off the internet that's false, you know what I'm saying? And I need you to cite your accurate sources, and everything white ain't right. So whoever wrote those stats, we need to see, because there are people that you don't even know that has not been counted for in the black community. And the reason why, because they are afraid of you. My thing is, just as much as you're afraid of them, they're afraid of you too. You know why? Because let's take this analogy. You know the difference between a big Doberman and a mini pen. You got when them ears stand up on each of those dogs, people are scared of them. You know what I'm saying? So if you start to screaming and hooping and hollering, them dogs are going to bite you because they're scared too. It's the same thing when it comes, and I hate to, put us, use that as an analogy, but that's when it comes, the same way when it comes to black people, not all black people are out to harm you. You don't have to walk in so aggressively. I mean, go home, make sure that you protect yourself at the same time. Do you remember when, I don't know how old you are, I was born in 1983. Do you remember?
I'm born in 86.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but let's say this. I don't know if you remember Officer Friendly, where the officers on career day at your school would come and bring, their cards and everything, and shake your hand, give you the coloring book. Oh, I want, you little boy, I want to be a police officer. I want to be a fireman. Those are no longer the figures. Young boys now at age 5 are learning to run from the police because they are afraid of them. And these are innocent children. You know, it should never be that way. And this, when they don't see anyone that look like them, that is a police officer, that is a school teacher, anything that look like them, it becomes strange to them. You know, so the same way it is strange for, you know, a white police officer that comes into the neighborhood who has not introduced himself, has not made it comfortable, and he's ready to take his gun out. That's a problem.
Yeah, so you would say you think it just needs to be more training for a lot of these
Yeah,
officers?
indeed. I come from a law enforcement background. You know, like I said, I was in law enforcement. My oldest brother, who is 50, it comes from law enforcement, and he retired from the DeKalb County Police Department in Atlanta. And he was one of those officers that was a training officer, a well-seasoned officer. You know, right out of, as soon as he got out of the military, you know, he went straight there, got that job, and did everything right on that job for 30 years. And guess what? He became a training officer, and a lot of those officers did not like him because he's like, hey man, you know, I'm not with the quid pro quo. And just because we blew it don't mean that I'm going to agree with you on everything. And I'm not going to let you get away with doing people wrong. People that come to jail, prison, whatever it is, they got family members. We got to get out of thinking that if a person is, I mean, and I'm talking about for the pettiest crime. We ain't talking about the degenerates, you know, and I've worked in the jail too and in the prison system. I've seen how some of these officers have been trained wrong to treat people any kind of way. You know, you got some men locked up for child support. You got some men locked up because they couldn't pay their traffic tickets. And you'll find that even in, or even for, you know, like a reckless drive, whatever, you'll find that even in, you know, mainly in the southern states. You won't find that out in a place like San Francisco, you know, California, where I'm at, or Nevada, or Vegas. You don't find that kind of stuff. You know, people, they fighting real crime, like sex trafficking, you know, people that's been abused, you know, that kind of thing, you know, children fighting, you know, not a simple traffic stop. You can end up in cold blood, man, from a traffic stop.
Yeah.
And the reason why I think the way I think now, because I too was placed on the ground with my face in the mud, with my badge and my gun, showing, hey, I'm in law enforcement. They didn't believe that. You see what I'm saying? And then when I filed a open request complaint on these officers in Georgia, Smyrna, Georgia, Marietta, Georgia, where Black people could not come across the bridge until the 1990s in that town, you know, just stopping to get some gas, pulled over. Oh, he got a gun. I could have been shot right then. See, and I have no criminal record. Also had my badge, but they did not believe that, and they still decided they wanted to take me to jail. That was embarrassing.
Yeah, I seen that too. A couple of federal agents as well. You know, that's been a lot of those videos have gone around too. I will say I don't know if I've seen those videos when it's on the opposite color. So when you have unless they don't put them out there, correct me if I'm wrong, where you have these officers where they be federal. The most popular one was like the FBI agent.
I love that one.
You know, and it's two of them, and it's two of them. One, he's out like at the bar, and then the other one, he's in his car, and he's telling him, you know, he's got a badge and stuff, and then you actually can hear the officer talking to the guy, and he's like whispering to him, like, you know, hey man, can we just, you know, let this go? And the guy was like, no, I'm not gonna let this go. You was a complete butthole. I told you I'm in law enforcement. You didn't bother to look at my badge or anything. You know, I don't like the way you treated me. And you can hear the white officer like talking to him, like trying to say it very low, but like, come on, man, we can just let this go. Trying to laugh it off like it's all good.
We're the same. We're the same.
Yeah.
And I've seen them do it even, and not just a black situation. I've seen them do it to a white officer who was on a detail, who was with the FBI, and they interfered with the case because they wanted to know why was the man sitting there in his car. Instead, they decided to snatch him up out of the car, and also to show he showed his credentials. They didn't care, but because this particular jurisdiction wanted to be an asshole and decided they wanted to take this man's put him in the car. He faked the asthma attack.
Oh man,
I can't breathe. You know what I'm saying? So that was his way out, and the whole point was they were wrong. It's to the point to where now you can't even be sitting in your car without them thinking you're up to something. And this was a white man, and he sued the shit out of him.
Okay, damn. Yeah, you know what? I think it's just all different, but now I appreciate you coming up, everything you said. Now you can stay up on here. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this video and then get to the court thing, but I just want people to understand that when I get my opinions on a video, it's just only on that video. You're gonna see my opinion change case by case. Mine is gonna forever change. But I appreciate what you said on narratives, because I was never an officer, and honestly, I don't know what I would do in that situation.
Let me ask you, do you remember the and I know you got to get to the video. Do you remember the gentleman that was a soldier and he was in his car and the police decided to want to pull him out of his car at the gas pump, and he was yeah. See those kind of
that was horrible. That was horrible. I hated seeing that.
When you get a chance, go to my channel, look at the video. It never got the traction that it needed because YouTube said that I was interfering with the case of Tyree Nichols, and this was early on. My brother's even in that mini documentary I did speaking about it. It's called The Vicious Five Who Murdered Tyree Nichols. But you can also look at the short too, just to see what it's about first. I got several documentaries on there. I'm a documentary filmmaker now. I'm no longer in law enforcement, but I am trying to be an investigative reporter.
I'm definitely gonna go check those out.
Yeah, we are definitely. But I will say this. I'm not an officer, so I don't know what I would do. I can see both sides of everything. There's a part of me, if I'm being honest, there's a part of me that says, well, you know what, they're playing cops and robbers in real life, GTA. There was a weapon involved, the cop shot, right? But then there's a part of me that says, as an officer, how important is it to catch somebody who took a car? In the back of my mind, it is that thought. How important is it to get this person?
It depends on the affidavit, what's in the warrant, because usually people would even take the criminal record of something like a petty crime that turned into a felony, like a shoplifting felony, and they have the public to believe, oh, he's armed and dangerous, and the man may not even have a gun. They get misconstrued with felony as armed and dangerous. You can commit any kind of felony. A low-class felony is still a felony. You see what I'm saying? But there's different levels of felonies. Class A through H. And the H is high. So this is what they do.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we would have to go further into that to see what was actually written down with that car. I know, but I will say this. I know that when it comes to these Kias and the theft, because the car they took was a Kia, and I'm like, oh, there's always a Kia. I don't know if there's been more pressure and frustration that's been placed on them to crack down on this. I mean, it's been a big deal. For anybody that has a family member that owns a kid, you would know that they've been and the newer kids, I think they said they fixed the bug, but there's been owners of Kias where Kia has called them and told them, hey, you know, come down here. And you remember the old school thing your granddaddy used to put on the Cadillac to lock the wheel? Y'all remember that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they've
You
been
talking about
giving that to
a
Kia
steering wheel
owners.
boot?
Yeah, they've been giving it to Kia owners.
Yeah,
That's how terrible the crime has been from stealing those cars.
Yeah, a friend of mine have a Forte, so I get it. They want those too, even though it's, you know what I'm saying. they should have improved so well. They've improved.
Yeah. And so I'm matching that with what you just said about how they might be labeling things. There's a warrant. These people taking these cars. It could have been a heightened level of aggression that we don't know about. Because if I'm an officer, I would think that in some things it's not worth the chase sometimes, and they can just get you later. I have a homeboy, his name Dustin. He used to race his car or whatever, right? He said the police never chased him, but he's white and he's living in a predominantly white neighborhood. Everybody kind of knows each other. They would just show up to his house and get him later.
Oh shit.
But they wouldn't chase him, try to harm him or nothing. If he took off or ran, they said, all right, cool, let him go. We'll just show up to his mama's house and pick him up later.
And those are the privileges that some of those guys get, you know. And again, not saying that because they get the privilege, we know the playbook on that we should get the privilege. I just think that they know how to deal with each other. They are on code. They are a tribe. So of course, no matter if he's in, if the man is in blue and the person is a civilian, they're gonna root for their own. See, the problem is with us, we're too divisive, and everything. And some of us think that everything that's white is right, and it's usually that defeatist mindset. It's also that dude that may have been bullied growing up, and he think, oh, well, the black community did me wrong, so now I don't date black women. Oh, everything that's black is negative. You know what I'm saying? He the only black dot in the group, and he don't find out that they think the same way about him until late night after the club closed and your white friends are drunk, and now they calling you the N-word. And don't tend to be surprised.
Oh, yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. You know what? But we battle them guys all the time, especially when we on Clubhouse, these hurt men, and like you said, bullied or rejected to the point where now it's all black women are bad. The bashing is, they call me a simp. So I'm like King Simp on Clubhouse because I dismiss their claims. They can't let go of what happened to them in high school and middle school, man. They can't let go of it. So now I know exactly what you're talking about.
That's
Okay,
crazy. He's the king simp and I'm the king racist. But instead of actually having a dialogue like we're doing right now, people just turn to name calling.
Oh, they do that all the time. So which of these men are y'all kind of like having these dialogues with? Are they men from the Black Manosphere? Just from what part of YouTube? Or just, or do they be on YouTube and just different platforms?
Mainly Clubhouse. We do live rooms on there, and we don't. I couldn't tell you if they're a member of the Manosphere or not. Quite honestly, I don't know where they come from.
I can kind of hear, you know, if I hear the talking points, I can kind of know exactly where they are. I've been in space since 2015, but I did come from the Black Manosphere sector, you know. But before that, I had a music channel, because I used to be on Bad Boy Records. You know, I'm a singer, and it's on my channel. You'll see that too. But it's just that when you go through many different sectors, you know, you kind of know these talking points, but I do know the talking points of simp. So when you said simps, why did they call you a simp, Risky?
Because I don't lie just because you're a man and I'm a man. So if you say, well, I come home, the woman always nagging. I mean, she not telling you nothing for no reason, you know, because a lot of people don't share the full story. They'll say, well, I came home, my wife was nagging. They won't say that you got off work at 4 o'clock and you came home at 7:30 and you ain't there to help with the homework and start dinner. So, but you had time to go hang out with your homeboys and drink. You come home, smell a little bit like a cigarette or something. You know what I mean? That's what I talk on.
Can I say something to that too?
Oh yeah.
Okay, now I think that's being a father, but I think also that I can see why they say simp behavior just a little. I'm just gonna give you a little bit of pushback.
Oh, it's okay. It's fine.
And I wouldn't consider you a simp because you love your woman. A lot of these guys need to learn how to find a wife. Half of them ain't never had a girlfriend, so I get it. You got a woman, but what I do agree with in the spaces when men say, you know, hey man, you know, you should not agree with hyena behavior. You know what I'm saying? Why do you want to come home to a woman that's going to argue with you all day long? You know what I'm saying? Why couldn't she have washed the dishes? Why couldn't she have started the clothes? Why couldn't she have cooked the dinner and helped the child with the homework while you go out, kill the cow, you know what I'm saying, bring the food home, bring the money, you know what I'm saying, and do all those things. If she's a stay-at-home mom now. And if there's different, if she works and y'all both decide to, you know, do things, do y'all parts half and half. You know what I'm saying? Say for instance, you got a daughter and a son. She can take on the duties with the daughter and you can take on the duties with the son. She can't do both when it comes to that, you know, especially even, and that's even with you working 24/7, but at the same time, like I said, if you're going home, you're working all day and you have to go home to do all that extra stuff, that could be considered as simp behavior.
Well, now I think this is that majority of men are not paying all the bills. Majority of Americans, whether you are black, white, no matter your race, culture, ethnic background, majority of people, both partners work within that house. Cost of living just too high.
Okay, so one thing now, they would also say simp behavior is partner, calling a partner, because you know it can be taken different ways, you know, because the day partner could also mean, you know, same sex. And I know that's not you, but I'm just speaking in general.
Well, I just say both partners because I'm just saying both people are the couple, whoever partnered up with each other, and stuff like that. I understand, but I don't. I understand why they're saying it, but they don't understand what they're saying and what they're doing. For instance, if a man comes to you and like when we're on the clubhouse floor, like right now on YouTube, and you say, well, I come home and my wife is nagging me and complaining to me. The first thing I'm gonna ask you is, what are you doing? As a man,
I see where they get mad.
As a man, you got to take accountability. You just have to. You're the leader, right? This is your throne, this is your castle. You walk in that house and your subjects are not pleased. The same way with the government. If we're not pleased about our taxes, how we're being policed, we yell out at our government. Do our government get to tell us as citizens, hey, y'all is just nagging? Or do we expect for them to fix? What we're saying is clearly an issue. So if you go home and you say your wife has a problem with you, don't say she's just nagging. What's coming out of her mouth? Now, the reason that's important is because if you don't ask the why, that's why we have these podcasts. And so they say, look, the black woman is angry. She's violent, she's masculine, and you can't find a good one. They're discouraging these young men from getting married and having families. And we know that we need more families in our culture.
Well, you know, two things can be true at one time. And I think clearly, I think you just really love your wife, and ain't nothing wrong with that. Now, far as some of these dudes giving the wrong information, they're taking advice from dudes who's never been married, who's never had a wife, who have incel behavior. So that's going to be a problem. You know what I'm saying? But most people put incel somewhat in the same category as simp. You see what I'm saying? Because incels complain all the time, and also simps go only while being a man, only going to deal with just a one-sided situation. It must have been the man's fault for something that she done. You know what I'm saying? And that's not always true. I have a problem with that too. Now that I do have a problem with, because in the same thing, you know, that you can even flip it over to the women's side. Most women, they say if women agree with men and are one-sided, they're pick-me's. I don't agree with that either, because if you're really genuinely saying these things for clarity, and you're saying these things to be neutral and to hold accountability, that's one thing. But to just say every time you look up, well, what you do, man, you know, what you know, it's not always on the man. See, and that's also one-sided too. Let me just say this, and I'm gonna shut up. That's also one-sided too, because we can assume that, well, that ain't happening in my household, so this nigga must be doing something wrong. You see what I'm saying?
Oh, no. I definitely agree. I think it comes from, you don't get to hear people in other arguments and conversations, right? Like my brother Marcus Banks, he said, all I'm going to say is if I'm paying all the bills and handling everything I'm supposed to do in the house and outside of the house, my wife better not say anything about anything. And right. And I was having a conversation with a young lady on Clubhouse, and she's just going on and on about she don't want no 50-50 relationship, 60-40, 70, 30, 80, 20. And I said, you want a man to pay all the bills? And she said, yeah. I said, okay, that's cool. I said, that's fine. I said, are you willing to shut up? And she paused, right? So I go at anybody about anything, whether they're man or woman, black or white or whatever it is. I just look at it as, hey, what is healthy, what's unhealthy, what's in order, what's in chaos, what's going to work for you, what you say that you want for your life. And I think when most guys speak to me and they say, well, hey, my wife is nagging, they want me to assume that they are paying all the bills. They want me to assume that they are handling everything in the house and outside of the house. And that's not the case. And I don't feel like I can correctly help you if I don't have the full story, because the advice I give you is just going to fit the narrative as if this is just a nagging, complaining woman.
I know what you're saying.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you get those guys that think just because you're a cool dude, or you're a dude that have agreed with them all the time on some things, that you're going to agree with them on everything. And that's where it messes up. I get what you're saying, you know, because one thing about me, a lot of people thought that I was going to agree with them about the Diddy situation. You know, I did not agree. Reason why I did not agree, simply because Black people don't understand how the law works. You know what I'm saying? I believe that you're innocent until proven guilty. Now, in that case of Cassie, the things he done to her, yes. But ain't not just one man just by himself going to be able to do all this stuff. Now, my thing was, all the men were too concerned about the Diddy oil, the booty grease that he used. I don't care nothing about that shit. I care. Oh, and I'm caring about if you know what I'm saying, if you harm children, if you drug people against their will, if it wasn't consensual. You know what I'm saying? We was too worried about if this man was gay or not. I care nothing about that. You know what I'm saying? And this is telling on a lot of men what their sexuality is, because they're too concerned about that. You know what I'm saying? I don't care nothing about what a man is. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to know what you do in your bedroom. You know what I'm saying? And it's not even usually it's not even the ones that we know who are, and the ones that are out walking around with the wrist broke. It's mainly the ones that's married. You know what I'm saying? And the homeboy you play basketball with, the if you smoke weed, you know, the dude you smoking on the same joint with. You see what I'm saying? So
yeah, you correct with that.
You know, so my thing is not even that. You know, what I'm just concerned about, did you mess with children? Did you drug people? You know what I'm saying? But then again, they didn't read the indictment. The indictment specifically talks about sex trafficking. You see what I'm saying? And in that, I would say too, with these parties, were they NDRs? You know what I'm saying? Did you put a gun to these people's head and tell them to, hey, come on in the room? But anybody do anything for fame. And one thing I noticed that rap dudes, believe it or not, low key, they would do anything to say they're part of a clique or to get an album out, and they never really read the contract, never done the things they need to do. Oh, this Diddy, this is my chance. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I knew the man. You know what I'm saying? But guess what? I never went to the parties unless they were industry parties, music. But I ain't gonna get into that. Just go watch the documentary. It's called Bigger Than Bad Boy Records.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna check all that out, man. I be loving to listen to the older I've gotten, the more I've gotten into storytelling, so documentaries, true crime, especially anybody I like that's kicking knowledge. Like surprisingly, like, well, not surprisingly, well, I guess surprisingly, because you don't get to hear from them that much. Which one was that? Damon Wayans, when he was on Shannon Sharp show.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, that interview, it was good, man. He was very honest, and like him, how he messed up his marriage, just the things learning, just becoming an older guy, the things he's learned. It was really good.
When he spoke about him and his nephew, I saw some clips.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Wow, that was wild, but he was honest.
Yeah, he very honest, man. I appreciated it, man.
Well,
Definitely.
you know, them dudes, you never know what they gonna say. You know what I'm saying? We known them for years to just do some of the wildest stuff and just come out and, you know, but it's some things that we have seen before that made us laugh, or that's happened in our own family.
Oh, Prince, was you about to say something?
Oh no, man, I'm listening to y'all chop it up, man.
Oh yeah, man. We got but yeah, man, they can't stand me and Prince, man. We always go on. I have this thing I do too sometimes, because the way I see things or I see life, sometimes I'll take the position of the other side of the argument just for a person to get the full view, because I think an argument can always be made. That's why I always say good and bad is subjective, man. It really, really is.
Have you ever been on any of the Manosphere platforms?
No, I have not. I don't think I would be received well, because I wouldn't I don't know.
Yeah,
the ones I've seen, they seem to be, sometimes it comes off like crybaby stuff, and I just
yeah, it depends on which ones you go to, because it wasn't meant to be that way. It was supposed to be for the betterment of black men and black boys. And when we say black men, black boys, we talking about black men, black boys. Then you get the dudes that would come in that want to play both sides of the fence, where they've left the community and they only date out. You get what I'm saying? But they come there to spew their rhetoric to try to make other men, you know, leave the black community to become a passport bro, or to become a broad. SBM is a group from the Manosphere as well, called Save Yourself Black Men, meaning to, you know, don't date a black woman, go marry out, you know, because she's more submissive, she's more quiet. But now those guys are coming back with the understanding that, you know, a woman is a woman. It doesn't matter what kind she is. You know, I mean, well, it matters what kind she is, but, you know, you know, white, black, whatever, you know. And one thing about it, when white women get you for child support, guess what? They're gonna take you to the bank when they angry. So they thinking that she's this docile, she's gonna be the Susie homemaker. They thought she's gonna go home and cook, be barefoot, pregnant, and they still complaining. They've left and went across seas, and they get the lowest of the lowest, bottom of the barrel chicks. And I'm talking about the resort chicks that were prostitutes.
Yep.
And that's another problem. You know, so the better side to the manosphere are the guys who are trying to help black men get jobs, telling black men about, you know, the education opportunities. Some of us did go to school, and guess what? We're still not using our degrees. So some are, we're not working in our field. Some are getting into tech. So we do have groups that are just like that. But then again, you have groups that want to sit around and talk about politics, white man politics, comparing themselves to white men and wanting to be white men, to the point to where none of them will ever go in office with their good talking points and try to say, hey, this is what we want. And some of them are MAGA, but guess what? But they won't go to the White House and implement these things that they feel they deserve because they're too afraid. Instead, you know who they put in place to do that? Pearly Things. I did a documentary on her. The Black Manosphere was the Black Manosphere for a reason. Pearly Things came
that
in.
white lady, right?
And infiltrated the whole Black Manosphere, and none of the niggas stood up and held themselves accountable for it. Instead, they disappeared.
I know you're talking about just Pearly Things. She looked very plain and weird. I know you're talking about.
Yeah, they said she's submissive. And the thing was, it was a gotcha moment. Gotcha. See, because the white manosphere, she went over there with the white boys. The white boys said, I don't need you to come over here and kick game to me about how to get a woman. And the thing is that she was doing it to play on the guys' mindset who are incels, who are simps, who are MGTOW, men going their own way. Those type of guys. And she would do it to get cash apps. She would do it to grift off these men, pull on their heartstrings. Oh yeah, the reason why she did this because she's no good, and you have to really twist her arm, you know, that type of thing, you know, and kind of find out, you know, this woman was grifting all along, and she was really a feminist and a white supremacist because she sat there and did everything she could to gain the attention of Nick Fuentes, if you know who he is.
Dang. Have you seen that white? It's a white woman. She's on Instagram. She does something similar, but she does it to the black guys. And she makes these videos like she's empowering or motivating black guys. I'm trying to see if I can get it pop. I cannot remember her name.
It may be Pearly Things.
It ain't her.
No, it's not Pearly Things. I've seen her before, but her videos don't come up in my feed like that. I've literally only ran across her once.
Oh, wait a minute. Do she date black men? Or got a black husband or something?
I don't know. She appears to be single, or whoever she's in a relationship with, it seems to be hidden.
Oh yeah, she called herself holding black women accountable. She's a problem too. See, they come into our community, and weak black men would turn around and let a woman like that, you know, tell them what they should do with a black woman. Now, there's a difference in between a well put together black woman versus a hyena. You know, the women that want to argue with you all day, and they'll even argue with a simp. Those are called femcels. They hate men, period.
I'm trying to see if I can find the man to play that you hit. Oh, okay, here you go. I found it.
I didn't mean to take the topic off of this, man.
No, you fine. Hold on, here you go.
Hey, black men. Happy Monday. I hope you have a great week. Enjoy your week.
Let me see
something
a
that
face.
makes you happy, and remember that you matter and you are amazing. I love you so much. Have a great week. Hey, Black men. Happy Monday.
I'm trying to see.
Yep, that's yeah, I've seen that before.
Nah, she doing that to get I see it. she doing that to play. She's another grifter.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
When you was
right there,
talking and saying what
behavior.
you saying, that's what popped up in my head. I was like, oh, somebody else is doing that. But you know,
hey, I will allow you to play one a few of the shorts if you'd like to. One of the shorts I did is about pearly things. If you could go on my channel, you could play it here. You know, pearly things to give you an example of what she had done, and I caught on to it. But that once I done that, man, we ain't hear nothing else from this woman as much. A lot of dudes really caught on to it, what she was doing. And the shorts is called Pearly Things. I have it looking like a Barbie doll type situation.
let me see. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, I spelled it Pearlie. Things like THANGZ because I didn't want to get sued. That was
you said it's the shorts.
Yeah, you can go to the short. Yeah. See, man,
How the Pearly Davis, aka Pearly Things.
Yeah. Finesse the black manosphere. Yeah.
Okay.
Just pearly things. She has convinced the black manosphere she's on YouTube to hold black women accountable and help black men get black women in order.
Oh, Miss Pearly. Miss Pearly, honey child, did you rain?
Pearly Things is the most controversial white woman in the YouTube streets who gained popularity off the black manosphere. A feminist disguised as a life coach claiming to be against feminism with a racist MAGA agenda to divide black men and black women with hopes to land a position in political office in 2024 or a career at Fox News. Just Pearly Things. She has convinced the black manosphere she's on YouTube to hold black.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, wow.
I gotta watch that intro.
Women accountable
right
and help black men get black women in order.
Oh, Miss Pearly. Miss Pearly, honey child, did you rain?
It was a Sesame Street P for me.
Yeah. Hey, when you go, I mixed the whole thing was Barbie mixed with Sesame Street, all kind of different characters. See, that's why I'm narratives and dialogues. And by the way, I'm not narratives, I'm Kwafi, Kwaufi. I'm the infamous damn Kwafi Nino. When they see me, I'm the king of clips.
Me Pearly, did you rain?
And guess what? That was my 80-year-old aunt that said that. That was
you got her in on it. Ah,
she's in several things that I'm in that I've done. She's in. I did a documentary called. Well, I'm known for Asian hate coming from a black perspective, and I did that based on to show that even black people have suffered from Asian hate coming from Asian people towards black people. How they come into the neighborhoods, open up, beauty supply stores, liquor stores, and they don't like us. So I flipped it. So I'm always doing it a different way. Do the one where I highlighted a man who give free cuts. See, now I'm doing things to highlight the good in the Black community. You know what I'm saying? That because Governor Newsom walked right.
Just because we're.
It's called
the video start playing.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
I see
right
it.
There. Everyone deserves to feel clean, refreshed, and look their best, as it motivates us all to project success and be part of a thriving community. This spring 2025, we are highlighting Jamal Stanford, the only man in the California capital, a talented visual artist and barber who dedicates his time and services to support not only homeless men in California, but anyone in need. If you'd like to see more content from the Narratives and Dialogues channel that highlights services for those in need, please consider donating to our channel, as our records reflect our mission statement in our About section. We will remain feet on the ground to bring you real content. Thanks for your support.
Hey, subscribe to the Narratives and Dialogues channel.
Well, you know what?
Everyone deserves to feel clean, refreshed, and look.
That's how simple it is to truly to help people and to reach out.
Yeah, definitely, brother. I mean, even I highlight other channels, you know, like brothers that's really trying to just doing like you're doing the work. I would definitely have you in one of the documentaries speaking, you know, and speaking about, you know, what it is that you do, and speaking specifically on the topic, because you're neutral. You know what I'm saying? Everybody don't have to agree, but this is why I tried to when I tried to help other Black men out on YouTube with these situations, man, and they act like it was an act of God, and I'm like, man, here I am, 70,000 subscribers, and real subscribers. You know what I'm saying? And you're telling me that you don't want that kind of promotion? You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. But then again, I'm glad I did not work with some of those people, because they were on YouTube for the effery. You know, they weren't really trying to go nowhere with the channels.
Now I see what you're saying. Oh, shout out to you, Grace, above gold. Appreciate you coming through. I think you said she might pop back on later. I appreciate you. You beat up on Prince a little bit, but he'll heal. You lost that one, Prince.
Damn. Damn, bro, I lost that, bro. Damn. I'm gonna bounce back though. It's all good. I'm gonna bounce back.
She got you. You know what? I liked it because I like when people know how to disagree and it's not disrespectful. It is just pushback.
Oof. Man, I ain't gonna lie. I only cut up maybe twice on YouTube. I got into it with a dude that thought that he could come to America and tell Americans what they think they should have. Again, all skin folks ain't kin folks. And it's usually the African guys that I'm getting into it with. And I'm always getting into it with the one other dude from Colombia, but he called himself Black. But he
running away from the police.
Yeah.
Just yeah. So it's crazy, man. I call them telecoms.
You need to come on Clubhouse with that there, because it's been a whole war we've been doing for about the past 2-3 weeks, man. We've been getting into it. What we discovered was there was these big anti-Black rooms about divesting on both sides. Black man, not any good. Black women, not any good. And what we discovered is some of the people that were leading those rooms were pretending to be Black Americans.
Oh yeah. Oh, I've seen them too.
Yep. And just like I have an issue with, I don't like the Myron's Gaines Fresh and Fit dude.
Oh no, I'm doing a special on him too.
Oh yeah, please do. Yeah, I don't like what he says at all. Think he's weird. I think he purposely goes out and finds even just the girls on OnlyFans. You know, every girl ain't got no OnlyFans, but he
Oh
gonna
yeah.
get every girl that got an OnlyFans, put them on the show. And he's older than them, so he's gonna make sure they're young. He's gonna take advantage of them and
Disrespect them. And I
yeah.
hate when black women go on
Disrespect
those
him in every
channels.
way he could.
Yeah, I hate when the black women go on those channels because they don't understand that this man don't like black women or black people at all. So he uses the white women on the panels to go against the black women to prove a point with race. You know, all of that. You know, Tommy Sotomayor is another person that's an issue. But let me tell you something. Them white boys, them white supremacists, they finally let them know, hey, look, nigga, y'all ain't like us.
We gotta let me tell you something. I'll be honest with you. We love Tommy Sotomayor for his work, like you said before, his work that he's done as far as fighting for man's rights. I think what has happened though, and I hate to say this because Prince know how I feel about it, right? But I think he's allowed people like Fresh and Fit to take advantage of him. It's okay if you're within the community to talk about it, but to invite outsiders in that's what I'm against.
It is that go along, get along. And most of these guys, man, when the white community kick them in the ass, they'll turn around and come straight back over to the black community. And as the white supremacists told them, look, we don't need you over here. They will still come back to black YouTube channels and, you know, talk bad about black men and black women. You'll find that in Tommy. You'll find that in Myron. I don't know about the other part of Fresh and Fit. You see him quiet now. He's not.
He got caught up with that girl.
Yeah, he got caught up with a pregnancy scare too. So he ain't saying nothing no more.
Yeah. Shout out Marcus, mate. I see you, brother. I see you. But yeah, I think with Tommy, what I resonated with him was when he was coming out and he was talking about how we got to stop defending our criminals, and that was the part that I agreed with. You know, saying the most unpopular thing because I didn't want to be put in a box that I have to agree with certain behavior just because I'm black. You know, and those are the things that I like. What I disagree now with recently since the Fresh and Fit podcast, I don't like him being with Fresh and Fit. I just don't. If it feels wrong to me, I don't think you should talk about because here's my thing. When are they gonna talk about? Because if Myron Gaines is Sudanese, right? If Myron is comfortable talking to you about your own women, why don't he never bring up Sudanese women with you? Where are those conversations at?
Because he equate to whiteness and he think that everything white is right. And even the white women don't want him. Now, usually you find guys like him, they like white men. They don't really like no white woman because they always hurdled up. Him, Sneeko, it's usually the whining light-skinned dudes that go toward that side of the group. You know what I'm saying? The Drake type dudes. You know, I have an issue with them. You know, it's just so many, man, that these are the ones that I'm telling you about, that somebody snubbed them at the prom when it was 15, 16, and they 40 years old and still whining and crying about that. Move on. Do what works for you. Find your tribe. But it seems like the black community is the easiest thing to go to and to shit on. So this is what they do.
Yeah, you're right about that. It is. I just think we can't let I I will admit though, I do have a little bit more grace when it comes to us and we're speaking and talking and stuff, but I just don't if it's somebody on the outside.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's we can like even me and you, we have some things we agree on, we got some things we disagree on, and we can do this all day long. But for somebody else to come in and try to join in, that's the part I don't like.
And that's what some of these dudes do to their channels, and they self-sabotage their channels. They let some of the white supremacists in disguise that will come up. Some will say that they're black in the chat, and they're super chat. They're, I mean, money, like, you know, maybe, you know, good. You can get them. You can get a weak dude for at least $10 in a super chat or a cash app, and then now he got a wrench. So he's able to come in and be anti-black, talk all kind of ways. And there's a particular content creator that has offered that bad behavior. If you look on my channel, you'll see where I did one called the Panda Bears.
Oh, I've heard that term before.
Well, we started that term, the Panda Bears, P-A-N-D-E-R Bears. I did a part 1 and part 2. It's a guy who parades around YouTube and say that, you know, men like myself and a couple others are abusing black women. And that's not true, you know. You should see that one there too, but it's the one that's it's part 1. You have to watch part 1 before you go to part 2, because it's him and his cousin. One is a police officer, and he gets on live with a scuba diving suit on, a hood, so he can disguise himself. If you look at the thumbnail, you'll see there's a guy with a cape, and it's funny, man, you know, but he'll see me. He'll say, men like narratives and dialogues. He just don't hold black women account. He don't hold the other men accountable because he's afraid of them. Did you see it right there, the Panda Bears? No, it's not in shorts. No, it's not in the shorts. But I did one. You see that one with the guy with the glasses on?
It's in videos.
Yeah, it's in videos. You see it right there to the right. Yeah, to the right. The Panda
Bears.
Yeah, that one right there, part 1.
This is Kwafi Nino. I thank you for clicking here. You have made the difference in who I am as a content creator. And if you're already a subscriber,
you're gonna miss it.
Don't
Just
forget
listen
to hit the like button. And if you're new here, go ahead and hit the button and subscribe. You won't regret it. You won't regret it. You won't regret it.
Girl, you know girl, you know girl, you know
Smokey the Bear extinguished a forest fire started by rogue pandas who had a plan to help black women abort their unborn male children. The authorities have arrested them, and soon as they have now realized after jumping in the line of fire for trouble instigating feminist black women, they are in serious trouble. Their entire panda society and unhinged police officer and perpetrator, Brownsville, and his accomplice Sharon Bracey, are now shook will go down in history for assisting in the behavior of a horrible black woman named P.H. Diva. When questioned by authorities, they blamed their actions on a false narrative of a group they call the Rim Brothers, known as the Red Pill Incel Manosphere Brothers, and No Good Suckers. We now will turn this story and bonus exclusive special over to the Narratives and Dialogues YouTube channel for further details. Thanks, Kwafi.
Let's go. Good day, everyone. Good day.
JX, you come up here and you talk your shit all the time.
I'm still next to him.
First of all, let me say again for the record, the comment.
Like interrupt my monologue and you want to call me a hypocrite?
Wake up!
Please. I'm begging you.
So what? The guy gonna come up talking about you?
No, it's coming up.
New channels have become the breeding grounds for these women all over YouTube, allowed on all civilized panels, turning them into a train wreck of controversy and content for their own channels when they disagree. When they disagree. When they disagree. When they disagree.
Tell me why you mad, sir. Welcome to the show. PH Diva, good day.
Really, is it a matter of being mad or upset, or is it a matter of one's integrity? I think that most of the men who have concerns with Sharon, it's not that they're against him. They are his loyal subscribers, supporters, and those he has built relationships with in building his platform. Sharon is too busy thinking that someone wants to control him and his channel, and that is not the case. He continued to ignore the signs. He continued to ignore the signs. He continued to ignore the signs. Not understanding the history of the women he let on his panel and in his chat.
Why don't you hit the link, nigga?
Everybody, welcome to the show. Ali, welcome, sir.
What's going on, my brothers? What's going on?
What's happening, man? What's happening, man? Welcome to the show, brother.
What's going on, my brothers? I actually had smoked for my brother Sharon Bracey. I had smoked from. So I believe y'all. The show was catered around the fact that the amount of pandering that our brother Sharon and brother Brownsville do, right? And it could be counterproductive. Is that what the show was surrounded around today?
Basically, yeah.
So we as men, we would never advocate for the removing of women or violence towards women, right? So I would believe in a space there would be ramifications and consequences for brothers who had that type of rhetoric to remove sisters, right? So I'm asking Sharon, Mr. Sharon Brady directly. I believe Sharon supports families, and he also is solution based. What is the consequences and ramifications for PH Diva on your channel saying that she would never birth a black man into existence and she stands behind deleting black boy babies?
So what I would say to that is her body, her choice. I cannot direct her or hold her to any kind of consequences. I can have a conversation with her and I can tell her how I disagree with that wholeheartedly. But besides that, there's nothing more that I could do.
So why are you telling brothers not to align with that type of rhetoric? You go against so-called RIM brothers. You're against the red pill space. You're against incels. You're against manospheres because the violence and the things they perpetuate that y'all say towards women. Why would you align with a woman that says you should delete black boys and she would never birth a black man into existence? If you're telling men not to have that type of rhetoric and to align with men like that, and your platform is surrounding being a solution based around families.
What you mean by alignment?
She's on your show. That's part of your camp, right? She reads your super chats. You also said you cannot super chat a PH Diva off of it. She's part of your camp.
I cannot have somebody that's have opposing ideas a part of my team?
No. You said not to align with those type of people.
Not align with that rhetoric of deleting children. So that's not a part of my rhetoric at all. And it's not a part of my message.
So there's no.
My message is actually men is their body, their choice first. They actually control if the woman gets pregnant. So they need to either be wrapping up or they need to be with somebody with a good character that they can trust and build a family with.
Actually, in front of all these people, you're contradicting yourself because you tell men to remove themselves from them type of men and not to align with those type of brothers. But you have a woman that sits on your panel every day with you that says to delete black babies and that she shouldn't bring black babies into existence.
Pause it 1 second. Let me explain
so take away from what everybody else says. You're aligning with a woman that's
okay. Now, Sharon is married to a Russian white woman. And he has a black woman on his panel every morning that trolls behind a avatar named PH Diva, who is promoting gender wars and also advocating that Black women, when they find out that the child is a boy, to abort them. And he advocates for that. And now the men are holding him accountable, like you and Petty would do.
Yeah.
He want to act dumb. He want to play dumb. So that's what this whole entire situation is.
And you know what? I seen this guy pop up, the one with the Sharon in there.
Yeah.
I've seen him on This Might Be Risky podcast, I believe.
Yes. And
yeah,
and they
I've seen him over there.
They be tearing his ass up.
Yeah, I've seen him over there. I usually don't agree with his points. I don't like hate him or nothing. I just usually I'm not agreeing with him.
Okay.
From what I can remember, usually I don't. But he usually comes in like, it seems to me his thing is to always, no matter what, to be the person that pushbacks.
No, not even that. He wants to hold Black men accountable, period. Like if you came over there, even though you agree mainly with the women at times, guess what? He's still going to find something that he wants to be the only man on the panel that is correct, him and his cousin. So he's gonna still consider you as a incel, red pill manosphere brother. He put that label on everybody.
But I think that's what I'm saying. I think that's the part to me that'd be crazy. Like if it would show me that you're not reasonable at all. How could we just always disagree? Like nothing I say is good.
Yeah. Yeah. When he see me come over there, he says, just like this man, narratives and dialogues, he don't hold these other men accountable, and he's scared of the manosphere. That's why he's quiet. Man, I can't hold nobody accountable, you know. But if I want to talk about something and I feel that it's worth talking about, I will be like, hey man, you know, that was kind of out of order. That was shady, you know. But the thing is, he would let Black women come on this panel, like you saw in the animations I did. Those are the original voices. They were disruptive. They would come up. They would cursing, you know, calling men out of their name. And when a man called her B or disrespect her, guess what? Man, you should never be talking to a woman like that. Women are not children. If you out of order, it's just like that bus driver. When that woman came up there and spit in that man's face, and they thought that he should not do nothing.
Oh, they're going to jail now.
Yeah, it was disrespectful. See, women like that don't need to be, you know, excused for bad behavior. Now, I do understand that there are men, in an all-man space, who are just straight up incels, seriously on the red pill. As soon as they see a woman come up, they're going to attack her. They're going to go straight. Where's your husband? What size dress do you wear? What's your weight? How many baby daddies you got? You're going to find that. But this is what he think we all are. But how you going to tell Black men, Black women to that you're for Black women, but you got a whole white wife? It's funny, man. The whole thing is just, you know, it's funny. But Ali, he was on point with him. He was definitely on point with him. And other content creators, I highlighted them in this too. They gave their speeches on what they thought about the situation.
Let me see. I'm gonna save that too for later so I can watch. It seems like it's freezing up.
Yeah, man. Look what Marcus wrote. Women are not children. Sorry.
Close that out and start over again. Oh, Marcus, if a woman is out of order, she needs to be corrected. Period. If a man is out of order, he needs to be corrected. Also, period. Sometimes that would be weird to me. Like even if you're on Clubhouse or on the internet, they act kind of weird about that. Is they act like you're gonna attack them through the phone because you're having a debate with somebody. Like, oh, what are you doing? talking to that woman. You're like, dude, come on. We discussing the topic. They came up here. They got to be able to compete as well. Like, come on, man. We up here debate. If you feel that way, then just don't let them come on the platform.
Yeah, definitely. I think too, it's another thing. Like if somebody's been waiting their turn to talk, I don't think no one should cut the person off after letting the other person talk. But we got a couple of panda bears in this space that'll let women come up, disrespect, do all kinds of things. And that's a problem.
Now, if we out wrestling, I can understand that. But if we're having like an intellectual argument, debate, or something, I think it's all equal. I just do. You have a man and a woman on the floor debating, going back and forth. Because here's the thing. We just had a woman run against a man for presidency. You mean to tell me during that debate, somebody's supposed to run up on that stage and say, wait a minute, no, it's equal because it's an intellectual debate.
Mm-hmm.
You just got to be smarter than the other person or intelligent to know how to use your information that you have to go against this person.
I think that if we leave the politics out, we leave the don't take our personal problems out on individuals. Like, because say for instance, I can't do nothing about who did it to you before you met me. You know what I'm saying? I just can't. And that's man or woman. And the reason I say man or woman, simply because you would even have men like Sharon who would be like, oh, I was bullied. That's why I hate you, man. You know, hey, bro, I can't do nothing about that. I mean, not that I'm being insensitive to what has happened to you, but when I know you're down, but when are we going to be able to get up from that? At 35, 40.
Well, I don't think you can do anything to that. I think that brings us right back to what's going on with the Rodney Hinton Jr. thing is the person that has nothing to do with what you went through, you cannot charge them and now I must be punished because somebody bullied you before. There's nothing I can do about that. That's not on me. And you're not going to hold me accountable to that.
Well, there are a lot of dudes that we mentioned. Myron is one of them. Tommy have made some funny moments, but Tommy is one of them. He loves to say, "Oh, everybody call me crispy." He loved talking about that dark skin shit. I mean, I'm dark skinned too, but I'm not around crying, hanging in spaces to be accepted. You know what I'm saying? So you find that with him. And my thing is, if you don't like black women, find somebody that's your tribe. You know what I'm saying? See, that's the grift, to pull on the heartstrings of incel black men to make your money. So you find that, and I don't police nobody's pockets if that's how you get it. And then some people are not made to be leaders. So the ones that are not made to be leaders, maybe they want to follow. You know, and they have to, whatever you say is law, whatever you say is their God. You're their God. You know, like a lot of guys I know that were like the founders of the Black Manosphere, you know, like Angry Man. I don't agree with him, but he has his following. You know, BGS, if you ever heard of him, I don't agree with him.
Let's see. I've seen Angry Man before. I say this though. I kind of like everybody because I kind of don't agree with anybody 100%. So, I like some of what they say. And the other half, I don't.
Yeah, I take what points I know that could be fair and deal with that. So I'm like you. I'm neutral.
Now, but that's only if I can see that they are not operating purely in hate. If I see them just operating purely in hate, like Myron, Fresh and Fit, those are like, that's an example of somebody I'd be like, I absolutely don't like him. I've watched so much of Tommy Sotomayor's content that I've gotten a well-rounded picture of him. And so I've seen the other side of him. So I can see, okay, this is how he is when he's not putting on the show.
This is how he is when he's not around white people.
Yeah,
that,
and I've seen
and
him help people. Yeah, I've seen him help people and really have some good conversations with people. I'm like, okay, cool.
Well, I'll just say this.
And so I can give him a chance that I wouldn't necessarily give him Myron Gaines.
Yeah, true that. I don't have a problem. He said he's never had a problem with me, but it doesn't mean because you haven't had a problem with me that I agree with your disrespect. And the first thing to go to is when you can't go in on the black women, you start to go in on the black men. And the first thing you go to is that all black men are criminals. And that's not true. And this is what, and it's sad when you do it in front of white supremacists, because this is what they're thinking. Like the Carmelo Anthony situation. It does start at the home, but I think that his parents did not give him the real tools of life, the real way of thinking, because like they said, they moved away from certain areas so they can have a better life. You see what I'm saying? But that goes to show you're not exempt, because even after this happened, the other white people in the neighborhood who they thought were their neighbors and really liked them wanted them to move out. So that situation is pretty crazy. Now, I'm not saying what Carmelo did was right, but guess what? There is a thing to where we're out of touch, but within close hand reach to destroy black boys and black men. And that starts at the dinner table. It starts at home. It's in our training. It's how we teach the boys. If you are a beta male simp at home, your son is not going to really get the real deal of life. That's what I feel.
Yeah, I think Prince followed that more than what I did. Prince.
Oh, I heard his stance on it. I heard.
Oh, you understand? Okay.
Trust me.
I wanted him to say that before we. I'm still waiting for everything to unfold. I always kind of wait to the end. That's why even like what I'm doing today and stuff, I'm kind of waiting to more stuff come out. I pull up multiple articles or multiple.
But the thing is,
videos.
they're looking at this boy like a grown man. He's not a grown man.
Oh,
He was a track star. He had every right to be there, just like everybody else. Because what they did, they tried to intimidate him from coming to something that he loved. And if you're a person that wants to be that athlete very bad, that star, you're gonna let two people, who've been bullying you over the internet not come. They never met before, but you see all these you see these trolls online. And this is what kids do. And it's natural for black boys to say, well, I don't want nobody to think I'm a punk. So I'm just going to protect myself. Going to the principal don't work anymore because they don't care about your kids. And it's on both sides. They just kids. These kids fight like grown people. But the thing that's saving them is their age.
Yeah, these principals, they're not paying attention. It was another case me and Prince had did where you had a young black girl being bullied. Parents, mother, they did what they're supposed to do. Got in touch with principals, school authorities, all of that. Young girl right now, she's paralyzed and damaged. She attempted to end herself in her life because of the bullying and just everything that was going on with that, So I don't know if these schools will start getting more involved. I would think they have to, because they definitely don't care. They don't care either way. They don't want to touch half of this stuff that's going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, look, man, I didn't mean to come up here and talk so much because
you good, man. We streaming. We
33
good.
people up in here at first, because I think what we were talking about.
No, they die out and come back up just automatically. That when I see a certain time, like when you first go in into with the algorithm, and you'll see it go up, you'll see it go down and stuff like that. We've been going for a while, so it just go up and go down. That's just how it do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That ain't got nothing to do with you, me, or anybody else. It just go up and down like that.
Since Prince ain't going, but I do want to say something about grandma. We see this all the time. Of course, grandma gonna think, oh, he loved everybody. He did. Look, grandma, I know all the playing and kidding and teasing and how he's your favorite, but what you got to look at is that the law don't care about that. They don't care nothing about that. So that's why you have to, just like all the rest of these boys here, may be good boys right now, but when these kids get away from your care, you don't know what they would do, but you have to give them the tools. Like grandpa, I think is grandma, are they together? Grandma and him, are they together? Because he looked young.
I don't know, but it could be a grandma from the other side. One could be one is the father of the man. He's the senior. The one who locked up is junior. That could be the mother's mom. So it could be two different sides of the family.
Wait a minute, who locked up?
The father went and killed the officer. After the son.
Oh, okay, yeah.
After the son was shot and killed, the family went to go view the body cam footage of what happened. After viewing the body cam footage of what happened and seeing his son be shot and killed, the father, he gets in his car. They leave from going to go meet with the police after seeing the footage, and he's driving his car and he sees a random police officer who appeared to be Prince was telling me, according to the report, the police officer was directing traffic out of a school. That father saw that officer and he took his car and ran that officer over and killed him.
So was he one of them that killed his son?
No,
he had nothing to do with it.
Oh wow, that was a bad move, bro. Oh God,
yeah.
I thought he went in because everybody's like, yeah, man, you know what? He killed my son, so I would have did that. I don't care. No, but then again, I have seen white people, and even in this case called the Troy Davis case, this man was not guilty. They locked him up since he was a teenager and decided, and this is when Obama was in office, to give him the electric chair. They had so many people down in Georgia trying to get Obama to answer so that this man would not have the electric chair. And even the people who family happened to, and the man was a police officer too, who was murdered. Troy Davis did not murder that man, and they know it, but they said, well, somebody got to pay for it. So they made this man die living, knowing that it wasn't right. You know what I'm saying? But they figured somebody have to pay for it. So that they go on both sides. I've seen it.
See, this family thing is I'm probably not gonna play all of it. I did want to get to the cousin because I got footage with the cousin being put out of.
I saw that. That was crazy.
Or the courtroom. So
yeah, that's crazy.
Right or wrong. This is everyday life for us, being scared of the police. Take that in consideration while everybody is making comments on the parent should have did this and the parent should have did that.
Okay, come on. Because I ain't worried about it.
What's your name? My name is Marlon. I'm Ryan's cousin. My condolences to everybody involved in this. I just want to say, Ryan, I'm so sorry. God, please watch over the rest of my family. I want to address all the negativity and saying he was being in a stolen car, this and that. Listen, he was supposed to be at home that night and shit. Let me get this out. He had no business being in a stolen car, man. He had a bed to come home to. He slept in a car. He couldn't get in the house. All right. he called me like 6, 9 times, like 12, like between 12 and 1. He called me trying to get in, text me, and I was asleep. Ryan, I'm so sorry. This was never supposed to happen to you. Ever. I'm so sorry, Ryan. I'm so sorry, Ryan. Just know he wasn't supposed to be there. He wasn't supposed to be there.
Why they talk like they from Oakland? Are they from out here in California?
He tripped and fell. He must have been so scared.
I don't know.
So sorry, Ryan.
This in Cincinnati though.
Just that, like,
Oh, okay, yeah, they got the same kind of lingo. Yeah.
Just know he wasn't supposed to be here, y'all. I'm
Sorry.
sorry.
Ask you real quick.
Yes.
Do the investigation that unfolds, is there a possibility of litigation, or just help people understand what could be down the road?
Well, again, we're investigating. When we get all the information that we've requested, then we'll make a determination as to next steps. We have to analyze all of the information we receive, all the body cams, all the different angles, and then we'll make a determination as to what next steps are, whether that's filing lawsuit, whether that's litigation. I don't know at this point, but it's an ongoing investigation, and we will, once we get all the information, we'll then make a determination.
Pain that your family is feeling is clear right now, but in that statement, you made a point to notice and acknowledge the pain that the family of the fallen deputy is feeling as well. What was in your heart when you did that? Why did you find the need to acknowledge their pain as well?
Well, reason why, because
He need to stop talking. I'm sorry.
So naturally,
Yeah.
for me,
You
when
do.
this happened, I'm devastated because my grandson was with me the whole winter. So what goes back he go back with his mama through the summer, and he got killed. So it was very devastating to us. Kind of a lot of anger, feelings at first, but for me, I have to go to spiritual. I have to go spiritual to myself to understand what's really going on. If I can see through the fake media and all that stuff.
But he's only
the
stop
media
for a
have
minute.
done nothing towards me to make me feel about anything when I'm
Let
saying.
me say this. If that's the case, brother, just keep the comments to yourself, simply because you're making it about you at this moment. He looks like he wants to be, hey, come join my congregation. That's what he looked like. Come to my church.
Yeah. Keep your opinion to yourself so at least the family can get some money, some help or something, man. Whatever. Yeah, he needs to. What's up, Prince? I seen you had fell out.
Yeah, man, I was paying for my truck fuel. I had to go inside and take the loss. My bad.
Oh yeah.
Mine's all natural coming from God. So I just, it's hurting on both sides. Everybody's hurting off this. The family, the officer, I was crying about what happened to the innocent officer. So that's all it's all about. It's all about.
Oh my
each other,
God.
Everybody make a mistake. Like I say, it was an emotional mistake.
Stop it one more time, man. Stop it. You know what kills me? This is just like people who have fought for Rodney King, and then Rodney King turned around after he done had the whole damn California to be burnt down. Can we all just get along? And then he went and smoked up all his money after the beating and contributed nothing to the black community. And guess what? He went and found him a white woman.
Yeah, I know that. You know how family talk.
I remember that.
Family be like that, man. They be in the background. Man, I wish granddaddy shut the hell up.
I thought he was the father. He looked younger, but he one of them dudes, man, that's
that what Prince was saying, how he looked fairly young, but he's the granddad. The father, you had the father, then you had the grandson. He's the senior. He's Rodney Hinton Jr. and Junior is the one that hit the cop with the car. Let's see. I'm going ahead and bypass this and go to the next.
Two tragedies out of Ohio. A family in Ohio is dealing with the loss of a loved one, while a sheriff's office is mourning the loss.
And I think he has the best voice for reporting the news. And so I always come over here to get his take.
Of a deputy. Both sides are connected by the suspect involved. My next guest has more details.
And joining us on the Factor Uncensored to talk about this case, we have Greg Dupree, former law enforcement officer with TLAC now. Greg, we know Rodney Hinton is being held without bond for aggravated murder in Cincinnati after police there said he ran over and intentionally hit and killed a deputy. This is after his son was killed by law enforcement officers only days before his son is 18-year-old Ryan Hinton, a suspect in a crime. So your thoughts about this case?
It's just tragic that you have, I'm giving this guy his due process. If this guy intentionally tried to kill a law enforcement officer, it's despicable on his part. You know, no matter what his motivation was, your son lost his life while in the commission of a crime, and you decided to take revenge on law enforcement officer who wasn't even with the same department. But aside from that, the total act of this type of crime is just despicable.
And when you have someone behaving like this, and we have to say allegedly behaving like this, he was in court, he was arraigned on the charges. I think more than 30 law enforcement officers were there to see his arraignment because a deputy was killed. But when you have someone behaving like this and justifying it in their minds, a life for a life, or as we know, an eye for an eye, is this a dangerous precedent that we're setting as a society if we believe that?
Well, I think the precedent has already been set, Isaiah. It's this, even though this crime is, I guess, you don't see it covered that often. Incidents like this have taken place before, for decades. In the departments I worked in, we had officers lose their lives because someone wanted to kill a police officer. So it's not something that's new. The concern here is copycats and the frequency these incidents might occur. You can go all the way back to January 6th.
And that's the officer that he hit and killed.
Wow, I hate that this happened because this man could very, very well. First of all, he has a family, he's human, but he could have been very well a pretty decent officer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I know that everybody will attack you if you got a uniform. When I had mine on, the police, I've had that. Even when they saw me in my uniform, people stopped talking to me, even from my neighborhood. So I get it. But then again, I've worked both, being a deputy sheriff and also working inside the prison system. I had a closer look to understand that, hey, the inmates, it's not the inmates, it's the people you work with. Real talk. They were the ones who were problematic. I've seen people wanted me to falsify reports after beating up a inmate. I'm not going to do that. I've seen people say, hey, man, I'm going to have a bad day today. So while in here, I'm going to find me somebody that I can just beat the shit out of.
Damn.
Oh, yeah. I've seen officers that would run up on the scene of a crime because they have the hero complex and they weren't even the person that had nothing to do with the actual scene or crime. I saw some discrepancies even in the Carmelo Anthony case on the police report where the police who wrote the report wasn't even at the scene. You know what I'm saying? So I went to school for this, man. I know what the protocol is.
Bang.
In the Capitol when they were storming the Capitol, and it was the total disrespect and violence that was perpetrated against the law enforcement officers who were just doing their job there was just as despicable. And when you talk about setting a precedent, that could have triggered a lot more people to say, well, heck, if these guys can disrespect cops, I can do the same thing. And that wall of respect that generally separates the majority of the public from law enforcement or acting like this, I believe is starting to wear thin or even come down. So it does set a precedent that can be very dangerous for law enforcement officers going forward.
For those who are wondering exactly why Rodney Hinton did this, what is his son accused of and what happened to his son that took him down this path, or so we believe?
Okay. From my understanding, his son was driving a stolen vehicle with two other individuals, and they were spotted by a fugitive unit in Cincinnati, and they attempted to pull him over. And two officers, when they attempted to pull him over, he got out of the car and started running. Two officers gave chase. He evidently slipped and fell, and one of the officers believed he heard and saw Mr. Hinton drop a gun and then pick it up and then run and hide behind a dumpster. Well, that officer that saw it, he yelled out to his partner that the guy had a gun, and they cornered him on both sides of behind the dumpster, and the other officer shot at him 5 times, hitting him twice, once in the chest and once in the arm, and he died right there at the scene.
And of course, it's our understanding that Rodney, the father, was shown, or members of the family, including Rodney, the father, was shown the surveillance video or the body cam footage.
Body cam, right.
And saw what happened to his son. And do you think that triggered something? What? Because typically in body camera footage, the family is shown more than what's provided
shown to the public. Right,
you get
correct.
to see the raw details of that video.
Right. Yeah, well, anytime it's got to be no matter what the circumstances are, it's got to be a tragic experience for a parent to not only lose their child, but actually see their child die. And, I can understand how somebody can snap as a result of that. But even so, it doesn't justify the actions that took place after that.
You're absolutely right. And what we have, or our understanding, is this deputy who was killed, what many consider a revenge killing, had nothing to do with the case.
Exactly. Neither did his department. It was from a totally different department. So, if this was his intent, I think he was just looking for the first cop or law enforcement officer he could find to take his revenge out on.
As we told you earlier, Rodney Hinton Jr. is accused of killing Deputy Larry Henderson one day after his son was killed by a police officer.
This happened just hours after CPD showed Hinton and other family members video of that deadly shooting. And many of you have commented online saying the release of body cam footage in just 24 hours seems rushed, especially for a grieving family. WCPO 9 News reporter Andrew Rowan explains why that timeline is standard protocol for Cincinnati police.
As the chief for the city of Cincinnati and this police department, my commitment is to transparency.
Police Chief Teresa Thigi telling the Buzz radio host Lincoln Ware about the moments she reviewed body camera footage with the Hinton family.
I think like any family member, they were all distraught over what they just saw.
Did he get up abruptly and just walk out of the room, or did he?
He did leave the room, yes.
All of a sudden, he left the room.
Yeah,
Okay.
he walked out.
Whenever there is a police shooting, body camera footage is released 24 hours after that shooting. A police lieutenant tells me that is standard protocol put into place by Police Chief Teresa Thigi herself.
I have nothing to hide. I will share whatever I can share throughout
Even if
this
it's not
process.
favorable for the police, you will share.
Yeah, I will always share what information, what factual information I have.
3 investigations are simultaneously underway, one by the homicide unit, one internally, and one by the Citizens Complaint Authority. The city is relying on its collaborative agreement, a document that's become a national model for community police relations, born out of the civil unrest in 2001 when an officer shot and killed Timothy Thomas.
My ask is for them to be patient and show why we are the gold standard of police community relations.
In a statement, Mayor Aftab Purival said in part the collaborative agreement was built for our most challenging time. He said transparency and accountability are being put front and center in this process. Reporting downtown, Andrew Rowan, WCPO 9 News.
So last week's shooting was the 6th time in 9 weeks that Greater Cincinnati law enforcement officers had shot someone.
The WCPO 99 team's been looking into those.
That's why I like playing multiple news clips, because you get to get a more well-rounded picture. So it's been multiple shootings over so many weeks. There was an incident in 2001 that formed a system to put in place to check this type of things that goes on with the police shootings and stuff. With the what they say, Timothy, what was his last name?
No, I missed his last name.
Let's see. Here we go. It said it was an incident.
Police relations, born out of the civil unrest in 2001 when an officer shot and killed Timothy Thomas.
My ask is for them to be patient and show why we are the gold standard of police community relations.
In a statement, Mayor Aftab Purival said in part the collaborative agreement was built for our most challenging time. He said transparency and accountability are being put front and center in this process. Reporting downtown, Andrew Rowan, WCPO 9 News.
So last week's shooting was the 6th time in 9 weeks that Greater Cincinnati law.
So they had to form the collaborative agreement, kind of like the Avengers in Civil War, right? And so that does, I can present another argument that maybe there is a problem in this city, and there could be a situation where citizens are fed up and tired.
Yeah, maybe so. 6 shootings in 9 weeks is wild.
Yeah. And you got to remember, there was a civil unrest where you put together a program, an initiative because of this in 2001. And it seems like, 24 years later, still dealing with the same thing. You got a father just showing the video of his son being murdered, whether the child was right or wrong. As a parent, you ain't gonna give a damn. You could have found out your child was riding around with severed heads. You still gonna be upset you see him get killed on video. So that is another way of looking at it, And Prince, I caught that comment talking about she like a cop from the 1930s. I pictured her pulling up in a box Chevy.
Man, that lady look ancient.
Caprice. Yeah.
That lady looks old. Good Lord.
Yeah, that's a lot of shootings in 9 weeks. I would be curious as to the officer that shot him. What is that particular officer's history? Does he shoot a lot of people?
Law enforcement officers had shot someone.
The WCPO 99 team's been looking into those incidents to see if there's anything that we can learn from them. I-Team reporter Dan Monk in studio right now to share what he found. Dan?
Well, Tanya, I sat down with former UC Police Chief Gene Ferrara, who has been involved in law enforcement training for more than 50 years. And we talked about that recent spate of shooting incidents in Covington and Lockland, Florence, Claremont County, not to mention 2 since early March in the city of Cincinnati. He said there is a lot to be learned from a lot of those cases, but not what's causing them right now.
Number one, that's a lot, but if you're looking for why, there's no why. There's no, they're all random acts.
So can you tell me why there have been 6 in the last several weeks?
No, I think the most important thing for people to understand is police officers are not trained to act. They're trained to react. What the officer does is contingent upon what the person that they are confronting does.
But there is one obvious difference between Cincinnati's handling of these cases compared to other departments. Cincinnati releasing body cam video within a day of both incidents. Other departments took up to 17 days. And Ferrara told me that he wouldn't be surprised if that approach comes under review in the weeks ahead.
Thank you very much, Dan. So I did reach out to the city manager and the mayor today about everything that's happened since Thursday. I wanted to talk to both of them, but the city manager declined. The mayor was not available to talk in person, so I got a statement from him. It reads in part, There are so many in our community feeling an immeasurable amount of grief, pain, and loss right now. My ask for Cincinnati is that through this moment of darkness, we continue to see each other's shared humanity and pray for healing.
That breaking news, the man charged.
I don't know. What do y'all think about the whole cops talk to react, not act? Or is he trying to be slick and just say something to get out of that question he was asked?
Well, no, that goes back into what I was saying earlier. A cop's job isn't to protect and serve. A cop's job is and prevent. Everything's basically past tense. So, actually, yeah, reaction. What are you going to do that's going to make me react a certain way? I can see his point.
Okay. Let's see.
Well, in my opinion, cops are taught to do a lot of things. Things change daily. And we'll notice by when you show up in your briefing for that day to get your assignment. So it's constantly changing. But it seems like until something happened on a case-by-case basis, it's just like back to the drawing board. Like when the coach is giving instructions on how the game is going to work. That is the same thing. So these guys, they know how to speak in public, and those that don't know how to speak in public, guess what? They don't put them out there simply because they don't have the administrative education to go along with it. Some of them can't even write accurate reports.
Oh. Man.
With murdering Hamilton County Sheriff's Deputy Larry Henderson has been denied bail. Thank you for joining us at noon. I'm Megan Mitchell.
And I'm Stephen Albritton. This morning's bond hearing for Rodney Hinton Jr. showed a lot of emotion during and after the court proceedings. We're leading the way with live team coverage. Brian Hamrick breaks down what happened in court. Our Jock Maluka joins us with how emotions ran high during that hearing. And our Todd Dykes has reaction from the sheriff after the hearing. Let's start with Brian Hamrick with that judge's decision. Brian.
Yeah, Stephen, what was an emotional tornado inside the Justice Center here. You have deputies who just lost a friend, a co-worker in the same room with the family of the man who is accused of killing him. Now, just a matter of seconds after Rodney Hinton Jr. entered the courtroom, an outburst, a man came to the front claiming he was Hinton's brother, trying to get his attention. This is what happened.
Have a seat. Have a seat. Have a seat, sir. Sit down. Have a seat. That's my brother.
Yeah, now the outburst goes on. Hinton is escorted out of the courtroom. They finally get things under control, and Hinton returns to the court for this hearing to hold him on no bond. It's a special hearing. It requires evidence to be presented. A prosecution called a Cincinnati police detective who said Hinton had been at the police station to meet with the chief and to see body cam of police from the day before. That body cam showed officers shooting Hinton's son, Ryan Hinton, to death. And it came as they stopped the stolen car. After leaving that scene and seeing this video, the detective said Hinton was very emotional. Family didn't even want him to drive home. He didn't, but he came back later to get his car, and then he headed to the area of the UC campus where Deputy Larry Henderson was directing traffic for the UC graduation. The detective said Hinton picked out the first officer he saw and accelerated toward him.
Through the intersection, directly at where Deputy Henderson was standing, and struck Deputy Henderson and the metal utility pole on the northeast corner of the intersection.
Okay. Were there any evidence of skid marks?
No, there were no indications at any point that he tried to brake, stop, or otherwise avoid Deputy Henderson.
I think the conduct in question is classic.
mental illness, criminal conduct. It's always intentional, it's bold, it's conspicuous.
I don't know that,
that's a hallmark sign that somebody is not in their right frame of mind. No attempt to deceive, no attempt to hide what they did.
Yeah, so that was Clyde Bennett. That is Hinton's attorney. He made no secret that he's going to use mental health as part of his defense in this case. And in the end, he didn't even argue with the idea of not having bond for Hinton. In fact, the only thing he requested was that he gets mental health while he's in the Claremont County Jail. Reporting live, Brian Henry, WLWT News 5.
And typically,
I like that
having
in a lawyer.
And that somebody is not in their right frame of mind, no attempt to deceive, no attempt to hide.
Here we go.
Bold, it's conspicuous.
I don't know that,
that's a hallmark.
That's why I don't like no lawyer that back down when the judge say something. He just shut up, put his hand behind his back, and just I want my lawyer to speak up. Don't try to put out no narrative I don't want. Overtalk them. Don't let them speak.
Conspicuous.
I don't know that,
that's a hallmark sign that somebody is not in their right frame of mind, no attempt to deceive, no attempt to hide what they did.
Yeah, so that was Clyde Bennett. That is Hinton's attorney. He made no secret that he's going to use mental health as part of his defense in this case. And in the end, he didn't even argue with the idea of not having bond for Hinton. In fact, the only thing he requested was that he gets mental health while he's in the Claremont County Jail. Reporting live, Brian Hemrick, WLWT News 5.
and typically these no bond hearings do require a higher burden of proof. Brian, was there any evidence presented?
Yeah, it's they call it clear and convincing evidence is what they need. It's like a step down from it's just part of the legal process there. They did not bring in evidence. What they did do is they talked about this video that they had. There are two videos. There's one from a bus that shows the entire encounter, and then there's another one from a security camera that shows part of that encounter. So that will be held for trial.
All right, Brian Hamrick reporting live for us there from the Hamilton County Justice Center. Brian, thank you.
You know, it was an emotion-filled day inside.
Well, this is footage from outside the court when they was pushing the brother out. I want to say that this is the most polite push I've ever seen done in my life.
Yeah, this is new to me. I never saw this one.
That's the most polite push. Look at this. See, man, you can depend. Watch this. Watch this. Look who got her hand on his back. Calm down, brother. Look, calm down, brother. You touching me. See that?
No, man, y'all cool. I just want my brother to see me.
She's like, calm down, brother. Calm down.
I just want my brother.
Look how she pulling the emotion out of him.
My brother can't see me. They did this shit before.
That's called de-escalation.
Look, she's speaking to his
I got
soul.
video of them messing with my brother and me before. Hey.
But see how she can understand he not trying to be violent? They want to jump on him because of the arm movement.
Right.
Do that. I just wanted my brother to see me. I just want my I ain't know that in him. He talking about that's my family. That's my family in that door. Doing all that. And see me boy on what, man? And that boy motherfucker there for my brother, man.
That's pure unadulterated emotion right there. That man lost his nephew, and now he about to lose his brother to the system.
Yeah.
That's straight emotion right there.
Yeah, I understand the emotion part of it, but we've seen this too much. We've seen this too much where we don't know how to control ourselves, man. You know.
Yeah, in a courtroom, you gotta shut up. You can't do
Yeah.
things like that in the courtroom.
I guess they feel like, oh, well, he's not going to get a fair trial anyway, but he ran over the damn cop. So what you think? They don't, at that point, they don't care.
But I think that video to me, I think definitely you got to be quiet when you're in the court. I'm pretty sure a lot of people not going to play the whole video. A lot of times before they bring the person out, they didn't just all show up and the guy walked out there. Trust and believe before that court started, that judge issued the order and said people better act right. And when it's heightened like that, and I've sat in court before where a judge be like, look, man, hey, today, if anybody get out of hand, it ain't no tries. You getting put out. Everybody already mad and angry. These police looking for a reason to jump on somebody them damn selves. I wouldn't be surprised if some unfortunate soul in that area after that police officer was ran over and killed, somebody got their ass whooped that night. I'm telling you, it's somebody got their ass.
Oh yeah, I'm willing to put money on that. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I bet my last dollar on it.
Somebody got pulled over for their tail light being out and just got completely whooped.
Yeah, didn't have no idea. Like, what the hell they beating my ass like this for? And you don't even know one of them died that night. You know, but I think what was important about that is the fact that you have that black lady and that white officer, and that do go back to what y'all said earlier about not being afraid to be able to fearlessly stand there with somebody with just pure emotion and still, hey, calm down.
Yeah, that's that restraint I mentioned earlier. Every cop don't have it.
Yeah.
That's on a person by person basis, and girl right there, she got that level of restraint. She understands that, we got a teenager dead, and we lost one of our own. Let's not, sit up here and jump on this dude, the uncle, the brother. Let's not jump on him. Let's try to handle this civilly.
Yeah, man. He was sad. The only time I've seen somebody like that up close and in person, one of the times I do remember, it was a motorcycle accident. The guy, he didn't die. I don't think he died. I hope he's okay, but it was a leg injury. He was hit by a vehicle. His bone was popped out of his leg. And man, when his brother showed up, he was like that. The guy who hit the motorcyclist, he was still out there. And the guy showed up. He said, I want to know who hit my brother. I'm talking about this joker was big. And when he was yelling, it sounded like a lion was out there roaring. And the dude who hit his brother was still out there. Oh my God, you could see the fear on his face. He was quiet. He was out there talking the whole time about what happened and stuff. Man, that boy brother showed up. He said, I want to know who got my brother leg looking like that. And he was quiet. He was behind, like it literally like he was hiding behind people and keeping it down. And everybody was so nice enough because nobody pointed the finger at him. It was one girl, I think, that was with them that said, they said he over there, but he still did not know who it was. I wouldn't have stood on the curb. I was like, look, I ain't even drive up here. I walked. You know what I mean? I'm talking, this joker was big. He was rageful just like that. I said, oh my God. And
you ain't trying to catch no stray.
Them police officers was in front of him. They're like, calm down, sir. You're going to make it worse. And they said, just come with us. come with us back to the car. Stand by your brother. Your brother needs you, man. I'm talking about he was finna. Even the police that was like holding him back, he was like towering over them. Like I said, oh man. I said, if he find the dude or somebody point at the guy and he realized, man, because when what's so scary, he parked his car in the gas station because it happened at an intersection. It was a gas station on the corner. He parked his car to walk across and passed the dude that was driving the vehicle that hit his brother. So he walked right past him. He just didn't know who it was. But when he seen his brother, he's like, man, who hit my brother? I said, man, God gonna
Ain't no telling what would have happened if he would have caught him, if he would have saw him and knew who it was.
Have you ever been in a situation where you say, that's that nigga that messed with my brother, you know, and y'all be ready to, you know, square up? Have you ever been in a situation like that? Because I've only been in that situation like one time, and this was a dude that stole something from me, but he was a younger dude than I was, and I was gonna get my younger brothers to beat him up. But that would have been a dangerous situation too.
Oh yeah, now you know what? Me personally, I haven't. I've seen it with other people because I'm the only child. So I haven't been in that, but I've seen it with one. That one was just the most intense one where I saw that amount of, because I've seen where people like maybe little stuff, but when it's something where somebody is like almost like could have killed somebody you love, that one was the one that stood out to me because he was like that dude. And his brother, from what he wasn't dead at the time, but you know, me and Prince was talking about that before, like because we did the young Scooter story earlier today, and people can die from leg injuries, and so I'm hoping his brother is okay. The ambulance came out there and got him. He was still alive on the scene and stuff, man, but he was breaking down just from that alone because the bone was popped out of the leg, and yeah, he was. Boy, man. Like I said, God would have had to come out the sky to get that man off that other man had he realized who hit his brother with that truck.
Sure, the way you make it sound, the rapture couldn't even save this cat.
Man. What Cat Williams say? You ever seen a pit bull versus chihuahua? Me neither, but trust me, it ain't pretty.
Yeah, it ain't. Yeah. It's a very ugly situation now.
He about to get on that dude.
Hey man, how often do you have these panels?
Every weekend we'll jump on here where we can. Usually try to do it on Saturdays. It's been a busy part of the year.
Okay.
But usually like Friday and Saturday I jump on. Friday might be yesterday I had to sleep, so I didn't get on Friday night, but usually Saturday during the day, like around
Was you military? Was you military?
No.
Oh, and I was just looking at your shirt. That's why I was asking. But yeah, man, I would like to join more. I don't have a problem with that. You know, y'all can come to my shows too. I have another channel. It's called Let's Address It. No whining.
Oh man, yeah, of course, yeah.
And I would love to have you brothers on the panel. Y'all know how to have the conversation. Y'all know how to respectfully disagree, and y'all not afraid of topics, because there's so many things that we don't discuss as Black men that are very important. Some of those I won't just all the time be talking about, you know, the DNP conversations, you know, gender wars. You know what the DNP conversations are, right?
What's that?
Can I see it?
Oh, DNP. Oh,
yeah, I got it. Yeah, I caught it. I caught that.
Yeah. I thought you say DMP for a minute.
DNP.
DNP. I know what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I mean, you know, what I'm learning on all these streams that I've been on, just who I frequent, man, I get so tired of hearing things that are just not important, that's moving, that's pushing the needle to success, or to some sort of resolution. I I do believe in giving. I do believe in freedom of speech, but I don't believe in letting people come up and mess my channel up. And that would be coming to promote gender wars, or to argue with people they don't like, or to deter from the topic. And you'll find a lot of people that know how to control you from the chat to sway you to changing it to what they want it to be. And usually those be the people that don't contribute.
Oh yeah. Nah, I don't do that. I usually stick to the topic very, very well. Yeah, I do cover relationship stuff sometimes, but I usually would push back against anybody pushing anything that I would perceive to be the gender war narrative. I'm not into it. I don't think you have to bash anybody to talk about relationship issues. You know,
well, we
relationships.
Do have, I think it's on both sides.
Oh yeah, it definitely is.
Yeah. So on my shows, I tell people there are going to be some things you may not like, you may not understand, or that's been in your mind that you might want to understand. Sit back and watch. But if it's going to hurt you that bad, don't come on the panel. My channel is for everyone, especially Black men. I don't care where you come from. I don't care what community you come from, but you got to be a man. 1000%. It's just certain things I don't, really get involved with. So right now I'm having a topic that'll be coming up that I'll be discussing after I drop the video. I'm doing a reenactment of the movie Claudine. You ever heard of that movie? Claudine was played by Diane Carroll and James Earl Jones. It's a movie of the 70s about the welfare system.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'll be talking about that. I'll be also talking about a topic called "Of the Flag, but Not of the Flag," meaning the rainbow flag. Every man don't consider themselves a part of that community who lives that lifestyle. I mean, that doesn't apply to me, but I am giving men the opportunity, masculine men, to come up and speak on that. And the problem that I have now, the reason why I'm coming up with this topic is because every show that I've been on, it seems like Black men channels, it turns gay at the end. You go to the barbershop, it turns gay. I mean,
yeah.
Hey,
it
man,
always go
I
there.
don't come on to me, blah blah. Dude, let me tell you something. Knowing how these people operate, they just like women. You know what I'm saying? Or either just have a preference. You would not be the type. You would always be the out of shape, big nasty dude. Man, as long as they don't come on to me. You know what I'm saying? And then you got dudes that scream too loud about things they claim not to know, and they tell on themselves. So I'm giving them an opportunity to come out. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Wild.
Come on out, man. I mean, because it's just, you talk about it too much. Every topic is, you go too hard on gay folks. You know what I'm saying? I mean, if you're a straight man and your woman giving you enough PU, you know what? Why are you worried about where this man penis is going? Or why are you even thinking about sex in that manner? Why are you even thinking that because a dude looks like Prince that he may be gay? It's just so many different, we got these stereotypes. It's crazy, man.
I know.
Yeah.
Oh man, I appreciate you, Marcus Banks, man. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely. So I'll be having one of those once a week, because we ain't gonna have those topics every day. You know what I'm saying? So they can get it out their system and tell on themselves or whatever they want to do. And then we'll get back to men shit, talking about the things we need to talk about.
Yeah, I try not to cover it. I used to watch those videos a little bit, because some of my earlier videos I would do on like the street preachers going to like the pride parades and stuff like that.
Well, that is needed. we need to talk about that. But what I'm saying is these dudes, they get so graphic in it. I'm talking about so-called, they call themselves straight, but they get so graphic to the point to where they, again, talking about the oil, the lube,
Nah.
and I'm like,
But
oh
see,
my
that's
God, man,
what
y'all some nasty niggas.
That's what I'm saying. Even with me covering it from that point of view, I still would feel like I don't want to talk about this all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And so,
I ain't gonna talk about that all the time myself. But
yeah, that's why I'm saying I understand.
Because sometimes even just take it off a lifestyle. We don't even want to talk about hygiene as men. We think that talking about hygiene is gay. We think we even talk about we think that talking about your health and going to the doctor is gay. You know what I'm saying? We even
You're absolutely correct with that.
We even think that talking about being able to go get fitted for a suit so that you won't be, so your pants won't be booty tight and you walking around looking gay, as they would call it, and dudes are after you because of it. You know what I'm saying? Dudes don't know how to wear their clothes. You're a grown ass man and you don't know what size pants you wear. That's a problem. You know, and also I do believe that sometimes, you know, the body can tell on itself too. Meaning, don't wear things you know that make you look suspect. If you take after your mama, if you know what I'm saying.
I can't help it, man. They got the child. What is it? I see the dude in the rap battle said, "Man, you got childbearing mother hips, man."
Yeah, I mean, and they can't help that because the dude may not very well may not be that way, but you know, for you to be a dude that got that same kind of body like a female, endomorph type body, and you know that dude that looked like a lesbian, they got that kind of body, but he's a boy.
They call him Manny Freshes.
Oh, okay.
But no,
they
people used to make that joke and be like, "You seen them stubs be looking like Manny Fresh." I don't know, I don't know who started that, but I know that's people used to say. Shout out Marcus Banks says talking about hygiene and your health is not gay. That type of stuff is a priority as a man. Self-grooming is very important. Yes, it is.
Because I hear women even talk about that in these spaces. You know, that you know, when it comes to sex, you know, the man is not clean. You know, that's so important. You know, you talk about you want this woman to do all these things, or whoever you into. You want somebody to do something to you, make sure your body is clean. Period.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, this is disease don't come from people, it come from being nasty.
Yeah.
Just straight up
gotta
nasty.
take care of your health. I think, period, learning to be clean is not just about outwardly. I think things like that teaches you it creates a standard and teaches you to take care of yourself, period. It's not important to people as much when they're young, but if you got to teach them when they're young, because let me tell you, you know, the older you get and then you go to the doctor and the doctor come back and tell you ain't as healthy as you think you are, you got to change your diet, you got to start eating this. Hey man, you pre-diabetic, you know, then you like, oh man, you know, your life is on the line. So it's important.
And this is why we got boys that's walking around now that don't know no better. I would say that have that kind of shaped body. He walking around with the wrong kind of pants on. He got pointed chest, like breasts. That's an issue, and it's also in the foods. And we also need to talk about issues where we need to find our match, because there are some men that are born with birth defects. There are some men who do have ED, and they ain't the old niggas. It's the young ones. You know what I'm saying? That's why they're having so many problems with having to find the right female, or they're being shamed about their size. You get what I'm saying? So my thing is, these are things that we need to talk about. Find some woman. If you're into women, find a woman that want you on that level. Don't sit around on the internet all day and complain about women you can't get, or you know you don't want.
Yeah,
So
so everybody always got somebody that want them. The problem is, do you want that person? Because there's always somebody out there for you, and they be a nice person,
Yeah.
good person. Most time people overlook that person on both sides, man.
Yeah, we look for what we don't, we look for what we don't want. Put it that way. I see a lot of men that complain more about Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, all these type women. These are the edgy. I don't believe that a man is educated, lame, but when you become lame while educated, when you shit on other black men, you know, because the key goal is for all men to come together and be able to talk about their issues and better the community. It starts with us. The problem that you have is you find those who feel that they've arrived and they will look down on a dude that says, hey man, you know, I wasn't able to pay child support, or I wasn't able to meet a certain bill, or I ran on hard times, so I did some things I shouldn't have done, and it landed me in jail maybe a year or two. You know, and we also need to know the difference in between the men that's coming into spaces who think it's okay to do certain things we know that's not right with underage people, but they're giving you advice on women. That's a problem too.
Yeah. Oh, Prince, I ain't see you off mic, brother. You wanted to jump in?
Oh no, man, I'm listening, bro. I'm one of those advocates for children right there, bro. I don't play when it comes to children.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't. Children are not for sale. You know,
He
and
do a lot of stories. That was the stories he likes to cover. I was doing that with them, man. I'm telling you, man. Sometimes I don't know.
They don't want you to tell them. They don't want. And usually it's the dudes that agree. If they can't, and also if they can't come out behind their avatar, risky. Well, Rodney, you know, if they cannot come off behind their avatar sometime, it's a problem. Now I would come out from behind it, but right now I'm working on some things. I'm painting my walls in my place.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
nah, I
I'm
understand.
at home.
That.
I got my whole studio away from this. I'll be doing actual real live podcasts. You know, I have a building already that I'm working on, you know, where I interview different people.
Yeah, yeah, I understand. Like, you know, people be moving around like Prince. He moving around now, right now and stuff. I'm just chilling, sitting at the house. So,
You know what,
try
man?
to
I'm gonna leave my
always
email in the back too for y'all because I would love to, you know, plan some shows. You know, that way I can even help you. Not that you asked for it, but I can help you, you know, get some of my people to come and subscribe to you. You know, get you where you need to be because you got really good content. I need to subscribe to Prince too, but I've been subscribed to you for a while.
Oh man, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, I'll be in the bushes.
Let's see.
Yep. Yeah, let's talk a little bit more, and then once we get to know each other a little bit more, I'll send you the direct contact. But right there, that's the email and my actual name. I'm also on other platform on TikTok too, but YouTube is my main thing. Yep.
Yeah, I just followed you. I dropped a sub there.
Okay, and Prince, what's your channel? Type in the chat so I can go. I don't have a wrench or anything here, but let me go to type in the chat. That way I could.
It's Principated, just like my name is right here. Just Principated. I don't have a particular channel title or nothing like that.
Type in the back where I'm at now. That way I could just copy and paste it.
Let's see.
See, these are the type brothers I like to find, man, where we all can really have a conversation. I'm trying to build a whole different tribe and team because I don't want dudes too overly passionate that can't control their emotions on the panel. but I also don't want it boring either. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be some funny moments.
Oh, you Prince. Definitely do that.
Yeah, I'm real funny, man, at times.
Man, I don't even be trying to be funny, bro. I just be speaking on what I see. That's all it is.
Oh, hey, I get it. Hey,
Yeah,
and you may say something good. Okay, just so is just like that.
Yep, just like that.
Okay. Yeah, let me look for it so I can sub. And I'll put my other one, the one that I'll be going live on, Narratives and Dialogues, is just the documentary channel and short stories. In the short stories, you'll see where they're like they call bonus exclusives.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm working on the very last two videos, documentaries from the trailer. If you look at the trailer, have you seen the trailer on the front of the on the front page of my my channel?
Let me type it in.
When people click on my channel, go to my page, it'll come right up. That's exactly, it tells you what the channel is about and the things I've covered so far. I know we're doing it, we're working on this, but I mean you covering this, but go to that, go to my channel real quick. When you click on Narratives and Dialogues, it should be the video that says Introducing Kwafi Nino Abdenabi. But you got to go on the main page. When you click on Narratives and Dialogues,
Yeah, I'm on that one.
Yeah, it's the first video you see.
And it says introducing.
Yeah, it's under videos.
Okay. Let me go click the. Okay, I had to just click the oldest. It wasn't pinned at the top.
No, you go to videos and just scroll down. You'll see it. It should be the last one. For some reason, the last one is the very first one I done.
Oh no, I see it. Introducing. No, I found it now. When I clicked it, it was just showing me the latest one that was posted. It didn't have it. I know what you're saying. I don't know why I didn't pull up like a trailer, because I know you can do that. Like you can have your introduction video for when people come in.
Yeah, that's what it is. When you go on the main page, you'll see that it'll come straight up. But I think because you're on vertical right now.
I think too, because I'm subscribed, probably didn't pop up like that for me.
Oh, okay.
Because also your For You videos are going to pop up different based off of what I like to watch. So it showed me the Panda Bears, the Vicious Five Who Deliberated, Chop Up and Conversate announcements is what it showed me. Then I'm getting like the Pearly Things and Sean Puffy
Combs, bigger than Bad Boy.
Yeah, I like these thumbnails, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, them thumbnails nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, the that one though, the one I'm telling you about, the trailer, everything you see I filmed. You know, I have a second master's. My second master's is an MFA, Master's Fine Arts, Fashion Arts, Film and Videography. I'm a designer for menswear. Now that's what I do full time.
Yeah, I see you got the designing and stuff. I can tell. You got an eye for art and stuff. I can see that, the details. Just the thumbnails and all that, how you put the video together, the editing, all that. Let me see. What am I gonna do? I got this. Trying to see how much is left. All right. I got this one with the police speaking, I guess. And then I got one with his attorney, the attorney talking. And I gotta I had to take a bathroom break real quick. So I know that's TMI, but
no, you cool, brother. But look, I'm gonna get down, but I'm gonna be in the chat, and I'm going to subscribe to Prince of Petty, and y'all be cool, man. My information is there. You know, anytime you think you want me to chime in on topic, if you have if you're not vertical or you're doing like the full StreamYard, that'll be great too. That way I can bring my people over too, so they can subscribe.
Oh, okay, yeah. I did it like this because I knew I was gonna be doing videos. But usually, like if I'm gonna be reading articles and stuff, I do it the other way. Plus, it's easier to bring people in. I had got a lot of subscribers, but I got it from doing shorts, not from doing lives. And so now I'm in like this new area where I'm trying to, learn and do live still. So
Bro,
it's
let me
like
tell you, I'm in the upload community myself, and everything that aligns with me is in the algorithm of filmmakers and storytelling. So YouTube have a storytelling community, although other people have tried to put me in the algorithm with them. When I've somewhat got into an argument with them, they did videos on me. And the videos that they did do were, they didn't get no more than 20 views, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, do you think you're gonna get subscribers off of me by doing that, bro? Not at all.
Oh yeah, man. I don't even try to do that to people. I prefer like what we doing today, just sitting around talking, chilling, having fun.
Yeah, definitely.
You know what I mean? That's my thing. I don't know why people do that. I think that's the gimmick.
Well, they do it to me because they think they want to see their name highlighted and on a big thumbnail and real good art. That's what they want. They're thinking that if I curse this nigga out, he'll do a whole thing on me. You trust me. You got like this, like the other content creator, Sharon Bracey. It wasn't even anything personal with him. It was just the fact that you had a woman on your channel promoting abortion and gender wars. Yeah. I disagree with that. You shouldn't abort. No, I mean, you could do, it's your choice, but you shouldn't be having young women come into the chat saying if the child is a baby boy, regardless to how well your relationship or marriage is going, you should delete your child. That's because she's a film sale.
Yeah, because I think the difference is just your approach was genuine. Like it's genuine. I'm not dissing you just to get followers. I'm pushing back on something I feel strongly about that this is wrong.
Yeah,
and but some people will try to confuse that and say, well, he doesn't really believe in this, so I'll just attack him and get him to put me up on his screen. It's like, nah, I'm doing what I'm doing for a reason. It ain't to get followers off of you. I'm really against this, and that's
now, like right now, I'm working on also a video on not just Carmelo Anthony, but just all black boys that has been under attack, that were doing things in their lives, and it's being and I'm mainly for people who are in school trying to do the right thing. Even the Mexican boy who was murdered, by the white boy, and he got off, and nobody, what I'm saying, but their community is silent because they're too afraid of immigration. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So yeah, and also with the Carmelo Anthony case, I wish grown men would leave both of them boys alone. One of them in the grave already, but they're not fully grown adults, and they tried to paint this man to be the criminal that he was not. So I have an issue with that. And the Sonia Massey situation where the police thought, oh, I felt like she was she was going to do something to me because she said, I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, that was a load of crap.
That
They
was
already
wild,
know that.
man. That was wild, bro.
He deserved to go to jail for that one.
That was downright just murder.
Yes, it was. Indeed. Yeah, so it's a lot of topics, man. I would love to chime you brothers in on that I'll be working on. And it will be when I get ready to do the reactions to and take questions from the audience. And y'all sound like some responsible brothers. I would love for y'all to help me do that. Like give your answers to people that call in, because I'm very selective who I'm going to have on the panel. That'll be great.
Oh yeah, I'm cool with that. I'm down.
Yeah, I'd be cool with that. That's funny you bring up Carmelo Anthony, because that's actually the last video on my channel I recently did.
Well, okay.
Well, I was mainly trying to focus on not necessarily bringing light to whether or not this young man is a murderer or a criminal, but mainly focusing on the charge and the self-defense aspect of it.
Yeah. And I also want to bring to the table on that topic that maybe different parts, like Atlanta has different laws in different counties. And I think that and a lot of these agencies are not following state law. So they're finding a way to get around state law and federal law to make their own laws in their city, county, state governments. And that's an issue. Because the self-defense law is very contradictory all over the United States. And it's only two people that's been able to get away with this self-defense law: women in general and white people. It ain't no defense law for black men at all, regardless.
Yeah, really across the nation, self-defense. A lot of states, they be having so many caveats to it. You can't do this, you can't be saying this, and it's a lot of states need to clarify a lot of certain things when it comes to that.
All right, hold on. Y'all ready for the rest of this video? And then the lawyer? Or
Yeah, I'm listening in, man. I'm trying to find Prince of Petty channel.
Oh, okay.
But I'm listening.
Hi, good evening, everybody, and thank you for joining us here this evening. Gathered to give you an update on an incident that you're aware of, I'm sure happened earlier this afternoon, approximately 1 p.m. We had an auto accident at Martin Luther King, Burnett Woods Drive, where a Hamilton County deputy was struck. He was outside his vehicle conducting traffic enforcement. He was struck by a vehicle. It saddens me tremendously to make you aware that he has since passed. I think what is significant for people to know about this accident is the officer was just out doing his job, directing traffic up near the University of Cincinnati for what was supposed to be a glorious day for many. What is significant also to know about this auto accident, as you know, we had a critical incident yesterday in the city of Cincinnati, an officer-involved shooting at approximately 9 a.m. yesterday morning. There is a connection between these two incidents. The driver of today's vehicle that struck a deputy has a family relationship with the 18-year-old that we shot yesterday. So that is currently under investigation by both our homicide unit as well as the traffic unit. Traffic unit and homicide are jointly investigating the traffic accident. Again, it saddens me to report out that we lost a law enforcement officer in the city today, in this county. My heart goes out to his family, to the Hamilton County deputies and the sheriff and her leadership team standing here with me today, and to all the members of their organization. With that, I'm gonna let the sheriff say a few words.
Thank you, Chief. It is a very sad day. It's a very sad occasion. And the very first thing I want to do is offer my condolences to the family and friends of our deputy. The men and women, that you see here behind me, all knew our deputy, and he was so well liked and so well known. We could fill this building with the law enforcement agencies that respect him, love him, his friends, his family. We are so deeply saddened. I want to thank the Cincinnati Police Department, Chief Thigi, her men and women. As I understand it, one of the first people to reach our deputy and render aid was a Cincinnati police officer. And he worked and did his best for our deputy, and we will forever be bonded for that effort. I want to thank the community for paying attention and supporting us. We need support. Please support us. Please support our deputy, who I can tell you, I knew the man, and I knew what a tremendous, tremendous person he is, and what a tremendous loss we have all suffered. Cincinnati Police Department is in charge of this investigation. Therefore, they are the lead agency. They will answer any and all questions regarding any investigation surrounding the death of our deputy. And I just can't express to you how sad, how incredibly sad we all are, and what an incredibly wonderful and dedicated deputy this man was. So thank you very much.
In keeping with the establishment of Marcy's Law, we are not going to be releasing the deputy's name at this time, but I will take a few questions.
Chief, given the relationship to yesterday's shooting, is this being the investigation being treated as a homicide investigation?
Right now, it is still under investigation to determine exactly what it is, but since a homicide unit was the lead on yesterday's incident, they are involved in a joint effort with the traffic unit on today's incident.
And is there any description of how the vehicle entered the intersection or anything along those lines that can be released at this time?
Yeah, not at this time. Too preliminary at this time. Too early.
We heard that the deputy was recently retired. Is that accurate?
That is accurate. Our deputy had just retired just a few months ago, and continued on in service as a special deputy with all of his experience. We were incredibly glad to have him.
Chief, is the person who hit the deputy the father of the person who was shot yesterday?
Yes.
Next question.
Do you know what the make of the vehicle was that was involved in the incident?
I do not know at this time.
Yes, we will have a procession.
Can you stop it 1 second?
And all of law enforcement.
Yeah, that's about the end of it. Then I'm gonna switch to the
You know what I'm finding out, bro? It's two problems that I think that need to be addressed. It's niggas that's doing shit that we need to hold accountable in the streets, and the bad parenting that need to be held accountable as well. When your child get out and do something, you should be held accountable for it up until they're 21. That's what I think. You let them out.
You sound like me.
Yeah, you let them out until you let them out before 15. You done lost them. If you haven't got a hold to your son by 5 and he reached 13, you better hang it up. You know what I'm saying? So that's a problem too. Another thing, we gotta learn how to deal with. Okay, like I said, niggas like that are a problem. On the other side, racist white people are a problem. So when you put both of them together, you're gonna get a whole bunch of emotion. You know what I'm saying? And the white people that want to live a peaceful life, that don't even want to be dealing with black folks in their black community, are the ones that are not the problem. It's the ones that feel that they need to be in your community and have a say so because they're white and they said so, and to get a rise out of black people are the problem too. And they do this every election. You notice that? We didn't see it, even though I'm not a Democrat, but you did not see a whole bunch of this going on when they were in office, when it came to the, shooting and killing, when it came to officers and all of that. It started back up when Trump came in office and even though I know that Trump may not be for that, but he has been silent. And by him saying we're going to let police officers do their job, they're taking in their own hands to do whatever it is they want to do, even if it's against the law, and has given them I'm above the law reproach. And that's the problem right there as well.
Yeah. No, I agree with everything you said. I think it's a vicious combination. It's odd to me. It's kind of like they got this battle rapper Danny Myers, and he always says, do you believe in a parallel universe? It's odd to me that we watch these two press conferences and they're similar, just on different sides of the field.
Oh, so he's a rapper? Is he black or white?
He's a battle rapper, black guy. He's from California. Named Danny
I gotta
Myers.
check him out and see what he talking about. Yeah, even in rap, I've seen some racist white boys in hip hop talking really bad about black folks.
Oh, Marcus Banks says facts. If you don't have a hold of your young black son by 13 or 14, is definitely in danger, especially to himself and his community. Definitely.
And when you let your son and daughter do what they want to do and be in grown folks' business ahead of time, I mean, way before their time, to join in on your conversations with you and your friends and family that are adults. Because when we were kids coming up, you went upstairs and played games and did what children did. You know what I'm saying? And it's not shutting your children up or not listening to them, but they're just not ready for grown folk conversation. When you let them cut in on a grown person's conversation, they end up whipping your ass and the neighbor ass and their kids too. So watch out for that.
Yeah. All right, Prince said you got to bounce, gentlemen. Man, this live was a blast, man. Appreciate you, bro. Definitely appreciate you, man. Always coming through, you and Marcus Banks. We got a new brother, man, that joined us, Narratives and Dialogue, man. I've appreciated it.
Sir. AKA Kwafi Nino, just say Kwafi.
Kwafi.
Yeah, KWAUFI from the Narratives and Dialogues channel. This was great.
Cool. Kwafi, Shemeli, bro, Marcus Banks, man. Everybody else who came through, bro, I appreciate y'all, bro. This one here was good. This one here was a good one, bro, but I gotta roll out.
Oh man, yeah, I understand, man. Yeah, it was a good one, man. We got to just talk and dialogue. And I like that. Us talking and dialogue. We ain't have to depend solely on the content, just
no, not at all.
Talk. Yeah,
definitely. You came up in the algorithm, and although I was already subscribed to you because I see who I want to listen to for that day, and you was one of them. I was like, yeah, it's quiet today. It's Saturday. I'm gonna invite you into some of the other things to listen into, some of the other shows I be on, man. You can learn from that, definitely.
Oh, definitely, man. Do that so I can get the because sometimes I be listening to other panels and I don't know where they coming from, but it be from previous conversations.
I will bring like-minded brothers around. Watch, trust me.
Yes, I be trying to get
some are opinionated and some are strong, but I don't think they're gonna be to the level of screaming and disrespecting.
Cool. Well, I subscribe, bro, and I got you, and I got my notifications on, bro. So whenever you post something to go live, bro, I got you, man.
Yeah, definitely. And I got you too. I wish I could post the other channel because that's the one that'll be live, but I don't have a wrench over here yet. So
What's the name of the other channel?
it's called Let's Address It, No Whining.
All right, cool. All right.
Let me put it in the chat. I just typed the. It's called Let's Address It.
I do it.
No whining. Let me see. With
there we go.
I took all.
I gave you.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah. Then I can just post it and give it. You know, y'all can click on it. I have 3. Let's Address It, No Whining. And I have Midday Coffee, where we talk about just midday stuff. You know, like even what you're eating for the day. You know, for lunch. You know, just a break time. You know, for people that's on break, where they could come in and get some, you know, gems on break.
And you said that's the name of the channel.
Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna put them in there real quick in the chat. Hold on one second.
I tell you another thing that's gonna make a big difference too with him is the fact that the school itself, the fact that he did this up at this school in his graduation, I don't think they're gonna allow him to do this insanity thing on a graduation day, a murder scene like this. They're gonna take that as an attack on their community. You heard me?
So okay, on a graduation day of the academy or graduation day of just a regular school?
Graduation day of an academy, him being retired, them being happy to have him. I think they're gonna take this I mean, because I have to be honest, I would have to put more research into that school, but I don't know what kind of community this is. Is it diverse? This academy, how they look, but that's a pretty big deal of graduation day. The families, the people that donate, you know, the money that's spent at that school. You mean to tell me people are on the graduation day in the school and the money we put into it? People come up there and just running over the officer and that whole scene. I think it's gonna be a lot of people coming at this judge, the officers. You need to make an example. The DA, police chief, I hate to see their emails at this point. Make this man an example.
Yeah, I think so. Definitely.
And it's the wrong cop, wrong department. And this dude, that means something to him. They said this guy's retired. He ain't even on the force no more like that. Yeah, I think that's gonna make a big deal. I don't think they're gonna allow him to do insanity or anything like that. Oh, and here's another thing. He did not do it right after seeing the video. He watched the video. They didn't want him to drive. He left with the family, and then when he went later on to go get his car, then he did it. So
Yeah,
I'm just thinking of the lawyer, his defense attorney. I'm trying to see does he have a good plan on how to attack this?
Well, I think the man lost it. He completely lost it. I don't know what his life was like, what his background was. That's what I need to know, what his background was, in order for me to really make a complete assessment of all of it, starting what his life was. Looking at from his father demeanor, it looks like he would have been a great father too. But then again, as the generations passed down, we know that things decline. The values decline, you know, when your children get so far away from your teachings and home. So I don't know what the father was like. And it very well could be that, you know, man, this was my baby. This was my son. You know, I loved him. And you know, and you may know your son to be a great person, but do you know the influences around him? Do you know their friends? Do you know the things that took him out of his normal character? You see?
Yeah, that and that's what I was saying. I think, like they say before, even assholes have friends. And so just because, like you said, just because you know this from your child doesn't mean anything to anybody outside of that family. They don't care. Let's see. And I just subscribed. Okay. Notifications on. But yeah, I don't think that means anything. Hearing more of this and how it went down, I just don't. I don't know. I think they're gonna try to make an example out of him. I don't see this. I know he's gonna try to do the insanity thing. They very rarely let us get that, man. Even when we're really insane, they very rarely. That's one of the hardest things. You can't just get your own therapist. They're gonna bring theirs up in there too. They're not gonna take into account that. And think about how terrible that would be to watch your child get gunned down. I couldn't even imagine that.
No doubt. No doubt.
I can't imagine. But
I'll tell you, risky. I don't have children, but I have been married and I'm divorced. Yeah, I got married when I was 19. I divorced at 35, and here I am 5 years later. You know, but I can imagine. I have a lot of nephews that do listen to me, you know, and I try to be the example. And even for some fathers I know that don't really have the good parenting skills, fathers look up to me and they be like, man, you know, I didn't do what you did, Quaff, you know, so maybe you could talk to my son. You know, I even have younger people looking up to me. So yeah, I like to give, I'm just for us, man. You know, it starts with us as Black men. You know, because I can accept a person being a leader, and I can accept a person who says, okay, well, man, you know, I'm not strong enough to follow. I'm not strong enough to lead. I just want to follow and be within the group, you know, and contribute to what I can. What you think about that?
I struggle with that thought. I don't know if I'll be I think I would neither be a leader or follower. I don't think I agree with the part what you were saying. I think that's how you get a society where everyone is contributing. But I think that comes from building a like-minded community. You wouldn't need a leader because everybody's on the same wavelength and we know the rules to follow. And collectively, as a community, anyone that disobeys that or steps out of line, we collectively ostracize them and kick them out or do what we need to do to get rid of that bad behavior.
Or either either we could just say, well, we're all leaders, but within our own right, but we're in our lane. It's just like,
oh yeah, or that, yeah.
You're a scientist. I can't tell you nothing about science, you know, because you want, you know, that's your field. And I can tell you everything about the law, and I can possibly get you out of jail. I mean, I'm one step away from being an attorney, you know, but I didn't take that route. You know, my first master's, like I told you, is in criminology. And criminology is more like a few notches way up than a paralegal, but we all work together, you know, to make it work out. Just like in the nursing field, you do need nurses' aides. Nurses don't want to clean. They don't want to do that sanitation part. They just want to give medicine and monitor. And you have, LPNs who are just as good, as the nurses' aides. Then you have the med techs, and of course you got NPs, nurse practitioners. Nurse practitioners are PAs and the actual medical doctor. So they all contribute to something, their specialty.
Yeah, no, I understand exactly what you're saying. I'm saying that because I think you gotta be careful with the leader and the follower type thing. I don't want no followers around at all.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Don't
Yeah,
take
I don't want
this law.
no.
Use your own mind. I get what
I
you're
don't
saying.
want no, cause what you
But believe it or
described.
not, man, you could have great influence, and when you have people that really follow you, even on YouTube, it's because they believe in you, and it's also because they they see something that they can agree with within themselves. It's just like if another dark skinned brother see me with a suit on, they say, oh man, I like that. I think that would fit me as well, my color, because I am that skin tone. So I've had people to follow me even in that aspect about what I wear.
Oh, definitely. Nah. I definitely agree with what you're saying and stuff. I just have to get the whole picture if I agree to it. I'll be like, hold on. I'll be like, hold on, I don't want no. I'll be like, hold on, I don't want no followers.
Because they say, Risky, he said blah blah blah.
Yeah, I'll be
You
like,
do have to
because if I said something wrong, I want you to say something. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Push back. Because even I could have said something that wasn't wrong, but you could have recognized the way I said it. And oh man, thank you for telling me that, because only 20 people would have listened to me, right? I got a good idea, but because I used the wrong word and you checked me, now more people are listening. So even something simple with that, like, hey, you're not wrong, but the way you said it, you used the wrong word. And I've done that before, and I appreciate that. Somebody say, oh, well, I think you.
Well, one thing I learned about myself, I'd rather give you the full truth. I don't like to coddle feelings, especially if you somebody, especially men. Let's just speak on men. Once you pass the age of 25, you're not a child anymore. You should just about know right from wrong. You should just about know where you need to be. Just the basic fundamentals. Right and wrong. But when it comes to just learning shit, man, the world's the biggest school, and we're gonna continue to learn, regardless. You're gonna be learning until you don't have no more air in your lungs.
Yeah, and I think that's the way you do it. Like the people I keep around me, especially like even like on my Clubhouse, me, Prince, a couple of my friends on there when we doing rooms and stuff, everybody, like what you said, a leader in their own right.
Yeah.
And just knowing they lane, not stepping on each other's toes, but willing to offer corrective advice and just being honest, man, and stuff like that. And I understand we live in a world where that's kind of hard because people see everything that pushes back against them or a simple disagreement. They see it as an attack upon their character, who they are, or an attack on their reality, and they just take it too far. The world is too consumed with just, man, just because I disagree with you don't mean I hate you. I want to see some harm to you, man. Like you said with the other guy, I don't mean you got to make videos about me and just call me call me everything but a child of God, man. You ain't got to do that, man. It ain't that serious, man. We just talking. We all trying to get to the same place. We just feel like there's different ways to get there.
Now, if it's something that's dangerous and detrimental, I would respect your opinion, but I would probably have to remove myself from some things, some ways of thinking, because I have seen some dudes that come on panels that are anti-Black. And while you're trying to push the narrative of togetherness, You know, they're more like F them black kids.
Oh yeah.
But they'll go be
That's
stepdaddy
totally
to
different.
a dirty white woman with dirty feet and take care of her children. You know,
Yeah,
it's just crazy.
That's totally different. I think you got to understand the difference in that. Recently had a conversation about that on Clubhouse, and one guy, he was attacking another like young brother, and I just said, well, hey, listen, this guy, he's young. I'm listening to a story, listening to him speak. He does not hate black women. He's young, he's hurt, and he's venting. Let's not attack him. Let's pull him to the side. And we did. A couple other gentlemen, like you said, some of us was married currently, some guys that's been married, no longer married, pulled him to the side, spoke with him, told him the things he should do, told him, hey, this is where you messed up. And you know what? He was receptive. He calmed down. He got one of the other guys as a mentor and stuff like that. And so that just comes with knowing the difference in that. It might have been because the guy was young and stuff like that, but some guys I definitely will not. They had this one guy on Clubhouse masquerading, pretending like he was going around saying a bunch of stuff about black men and black women. He said black men and black women don't belong together. They are harmful mixture. And a lot of people thought he was a white guy, and he's actually a black guy, but he was pretending like he was white on the app. He had changed his PTR and everything. And that guy there, I have no interest in talking to him, trying to convince him of anything at all, because you're not going to convince him of anything.
Man,
Somebody like that.
Black people, and they look for white people to pat them on the back. So what they'll do, they'll say, well, you know, black people think that I'm trying to be white because I speak proper English. Or they'll say something like that, or say, oh, those black people, they are mad at me because I said something about blaming the white man. You know, they go tell white daddy like they're gonna whoop us for being black.
Yeah, that dude there, and then he be behind that avatar, that PTR. He had changed it to a white guy. You know, I remember we in the middle of going back and forth debating on the floor, and I said, man, I was like, and why you got this white PTR up, this white picture up and stuff? And I remember one of the other brothers got off the mic. He said, wait a minute. He said, he not white. I said, no. I said, you didn't know that? He's like, nah, man. I thought this whole time. He said this whole time he thought he was arguing with a white guy. He had no idea. Marcus said, damn, that's rough. He was black and was acting like that. Yeah, man, he was.
Oh, yeah.
It's so many different spaces, man, because you got the divestors. I remember Cynthia G was one of the first people similar to that lady that you had pointed out with the other.
Trust me, when you go deeper into
Yeah.
part 2 of the video, you'll see Cynthia G on there too.
Okay. So I got to watch the whole thing. Yeah, I remember she was one of them ones. Oddly enough, this white woman journalist got her behind up off of YouTube. I don't know why she did it. If she did it for kudos, if she just really was disgusted with the things she was hearing, but I know other people had tried to take her down, but that was one of the last, I guess, straw that broke the camel's back. I don't know if there was more to it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
Prince in the chat said synthetic G. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Bald-headed G. She got
that
the
woman's voice and mouth is disgusting, man. Oh my God. It's like she just was making it up as she go. Like, what's the most disgusting thing I can think about a group of people? And she would just say it.
Oh, yeah. I'm so happy, man, that this, I know that you do invite women, but I'm so happy that this is a space where men could really sit and talk. For so long, I haven't been on a panel where, and I don't really go on panels as much. Anybody that tells you, say, man, you got coffee to get on your channel, your panel? You know what I'm saying? You know, I people look at me like that, you know, because they know I don't do that. I may pop in, hey, how you doing? Hey, that's Coffee Nino, you know. but I like very small settings where I could, slip in and slip out, and then tomorrow you may see me on TV, and that's the way I rock,
Yeah.
So if I came to your spot, that means that's a good thing. Real talk.
Yeah. Let me see. I'll probably actually end up doing a shorter video with the guy. I guess I'm gonna go get me something to eat, man. This has been a great conversation.
It was, brother. It was.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna go ahead and get down so I can go get me something to eat too, because I'm out here in the Bay Area and it's 1:34 here, and I was supposed to got up at 8 and left, but I ended up staying over here, man. This was really good conversation.
Yeah, 4:34 where I'm at. So you in the past, man. I'm talking to you in the past, man. You got to come to the future. 4:30.
Hey, I feel it. But anyway, man, you got the information. I put the rest of the information in the back. I was like, just let me go on and do that. That just show you, how solid I am.
Oh man, yeah. I got
definitely.
I got you.
You got the full access. Nobody gets that.
Easy.
Definitely, bro.
I got let's see.
And that's what I've been trying to do. I've been trying to find my tribe away from the normal stuff I've been listening to.
I think I text you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me see. I got it, brother. Oh, you out there? Okay, you out. Look, my mom in Decatur.
Oh yeah. That's where I'm from, man. Where's Greater?
Look, my brother went to what was it? Southwest. No, he graduated from Towers. One of my brothers graduated from Towers.
Yeah.
Another one graduated from Wesley Chapel. What's it? No, Southwest Cab. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. I'm from.
You ain't got to tell me your age, but out loud. But put it in here that way. I know if we kind of know some of the same folks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man. But I'm very familiar with. I got my start in Atlanta with the music industry. That's how I got my record deal. I used to work for BMI, if you know who BMI is. Oh, okay. We about the same. So, yeah, definitely, bro. I know a lot of folks out there, and for the music, like I told you, my brother, he retired from DeKalb County Police.
Oh yeah. You was telling me that. You said it's the older brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Who look young.
Oh.
Yeah, he do. I ain't gonna lie, he really do. My
man.
sister live right off of gosh, what is it? 285 and Flat Shows.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
285, man. Flat Shows. Yeah.
Yep, 285 and Flat Shows. Mom live off Brownsville, going towards Sternerfield, in that area.
Yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and I had a home out in Gwinnett by the Mall of Georgia before I moved back out here. And I moved back out here in 2013 and been back ever since. So I'm originally from San Francisco, but was raised most of my life in New York and in Atlanta, and decided to come back out here,
Oh, so yeah, you can adjust pretty well.
Yeah, man. Let me tell you something. I'm gonna be doing a documentary on how I escaped Atlanta, because I really do think that if you're a black man in Atlanta and you dealing with places like Smyrna, Cobb County Police, Kennesaw, all those places where the cops can be super racist and take you out without, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's a problem. It's easy to get in trouble in Atlanta as a black man. You don't have to be a crooked criminal.
Yeah, you have to know how to move. Honestly.
Yeah. Definitely.
I think if you live there long enough, you kind of take it for granted because you're moving off of instinct.
Yeah.
I think I see it sometimes with certain people that's not from there, they come and they say their experience, and I was like, I was like, why was you over there?
Yeah. Look,
You
man, I
know?
graduated from North Atlanta, Northside High School of Performing Arts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where I graduated from. Went to Morris Brown my first year, left there, went to Southern, got tired of HBCU, then graduated from UNC in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh, you went all Charlotte. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Charlotte. Charlotte's well.
Charlotte is cool, but it still haven't come around yet to where black folks know how to stick together, because the law was hitting black men in the heads, back and forth in the late 1990s up to 2000.
That's why I paused, because I was like, Charlotte's cool, but it's
yeah, it's easy to get in trouble.
Yeah, it just being up there, being around, sometimes you kind of have a guard up when talking to certain people.
Yeah.
And you gotta really feel them out, man, before you let your guard down. You don't want to be tricked or fooled or think, hey, is this a safe area just because somebody's speaking to you. You gotta always have that.
You went to college out there or something?
Oh, nah, just traveling around working.
Oh, okay,
and
cool.
And going up there and being in Charlotte. Like, I got family from up there too, family from Jersey, Virginia, some in Philly, but I ain't been to Philly too much. DC as well. One of my best friends from DC and stuff. So just visiting different places, being up there all the time. And
DC got a different culture, don't it? You see the brothers out there daily. They got on they Apple hats with they shirts and ties and suits. They dress
so
up.
I ain't spent a lot of time in DC. Now DC and Philly, them two places I have not spent a lot of time in.
Okay.
But the southern areas, Florida, I can't stand Florida.
Yeah, I don't fool.
I think Florida is a racist place, but
Man, you can go there, get caught up, and get in trouble. Tickets. Just stupid shit.
I ain't never felt no love in Florida. I'm saying no love.
I went there
At all.
to Disneyland, and it just wasn't. Like even to Orlando, it was just wasn't what we thought it was gonna be.
Yeah. Florida I ain't never felt no love in Florida, man.
Yeah.
Let's see. Marcus said it's not safe in them parts of Georgia. I'm from New Jersey, and I even know about North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi. Kentucky, you better know where you're at. Yeah. And I've been all the way around. I used to drive trucks over the road. I don't do that no more, but I used to. And I've been through like the Midwest and everything. Nobody ever bothered me or gave me no problems. But let me tell you, that's why I said Florida. Florida just, I know the movies and the beach, it make it seem like it's all that, but I don't like Florida.
Florida, I'm gonna tell you, man. Politically, if you don't get into politics, I think California is a good place to be. And I'm not talking about, see, people get Southern California mixed up with the Bay Area California. Southern California is where Snoop and all them from, you know, where that's where the Hard Knocks from. Up in the Bay Area, maybe Oakland used to be tough, and it's not like that anymore. But San Francisco, Oakland, Vacaville, Sacramento, you know, Elk Grove, different places. You'll find, you'll find the same thing you find in Atlanta. If you got a big home, you can find a big home at a decent price. I tell people don't never get discouraged about and listening to other people saying, oh, you know what, California high. It's high if you make it high, if you're trying to live directly in the city. It's just like anywhere else. Atlanta's a big city now. Georgia's a big state. So the prices are no different. Like, say, for instance, how much is an apartment going for in Atlanta? I haven't, been out there in a while. We'll be coming probably May 23rd because my mom's birthday.
Apartment now in Atlanta, I think. Let's see, cause I ain't got no apartments. I've heard somebody speak about like
the average rent.
I would think now it got to be around like a kind of like on the outside. I've heard maybe 15, but moving closer in, maybe upwards to 1,800 to 2,000 or something like that. I've heard people say they pay 3,000 a month in the city.
Yeah. I mean, that's normal out here. Yeah, I pay 3,800. You know what I'm saying? Just and that's a house note. Addition to another 2,400. For office space. And for other supplies, storages, all that, that's a lot, So outside of,
but I can't tell you too much, but that's what I've heard from other people, apartments and stuff. Now, houses, I can tell you, I mean, easily you looking at $800 million, even for like them little condo apartments down there, easily 800 to 1 point something.
Like a John Whelan townhome that's like a 3-level. I'm okay with paying that if it's up to par. But I sold a 9-bedroom house. I used to live by the Mall of Georgia, Lawrenceville, Swanee area.
Yeah,
Johns Creek. Going to Alpharetta, and I sold my house to come out here to pursue a new career. Because my thing is, although I was making good money, I just felt that for what I do, I could make much more out here. And that's what happened. Yep. The apartments in Atlanta I used to live now because I lived in a house, but also because I didn't want to commute back and forth, I did rent an extra apartment downtown off of Boulevard in Ponce de Leon called the Block Lofts. And it was close to everything, which is why I did that. Outside of, having my own business in Atlanta, I worked an extra job too. And that extra job, those extra jobs were, I used to work for public safety for Grady Hospital.
Oh, okay.
That's rough.
I know.
Public safety for Grady Hospital, ER emergency room. I worked on the baby unit. And also I worked for the jail division because, Grady Hospital has a jail for inmates that are coming to the hospital to be, to get treatment. We also had a mental health floor. That's why when you talked about mental health training and law enforcement, if you're going into law enforcement, Grady Hospital is a good place to learn about mental health patients as an officer. And I also used to work for CNN. I was a police officer at CNN too.
Oh, for real? Yeah, I used to do Starbucks. So I've delivered inside CNN and all that.
Yeah, right there with the Omni Hotel.
Yep.
It used to be called Turner Broadcasting. That is just CNN. Period.
Yeah. I remember being younger, staying in the Omni Hotel, and I didn't realize I was in the CNN. So I remember me and my aunt, we was throwing little ice cubes off the balconies because they had the balcony on the inside. You look down.
Yeah, that was
And
steep.
And people be walking by you, toss ice over the balcony and stuff. But I didn't know.
Yeah, they had an ice skating rink there too.
We didn't know where we was at. We was doing that.
They had an ice skating rink. They had something called the Pink Pig during Christmas. You know, it was like a railroad track that was on top, that went around on top of the that rode around the Omni Hotel ceiling. Do you remember the Westin too, where they had a restaurant on the top of the Westin downtown? With that,
I never got to eat there.
How long you been there?
My whole life. I just never ate there. I've heard about it.
Get out and see things, because I ain't gonna lie, a lot of people that are from Atlanta never really been to other places outside of Decatur. You know what I'm saying? I got family members that's like that. They can't tell you anything about the state capitol. They never went to.
You know what it is? A lot of us, man, like we don't like the city like that.
I feel it. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
And I'd have been all up down through there, like work and deliver, but outside of that, like I don't want to go down there, man. And I remember
when you done been there, when you done hung out like that. I mean, when you didn't, it's nothing new. Do you remember when underground you could go down the underground and make you a music video?
I've been down. That's one thing we used to go to the underground. I remember as a kid and stuff like that.
But them niggas used to get wild downtown at 5 Points.
Yeah. You know what? But they ended everything. I was like, man, when I get older, I can't wait. And then it's like them fools just messed it up, like Freaknik, all that. And I got older, they done shut all that down. I'm like, man, they done ruined all the fun for everybody, man. I was like, I can't wait. Get older, go hang out with everybody else. And it's like, get older and it's all done. And
my brother got it on tapes. He had a videotape recorder of the old, which I'll probably use some of his footage.
They ain't hit him up with no money for that.
Hey, he won't hit. My brother, the type dude that he keeps stuff private and he won't let it out.
Oh man,
I'm getting him to do it. Like even right now, he's stuck in his ways. You know, with he got a 1993 Toyota Supra. You know what that is, right?
He ain't gonna give it up, huh?
Won't give it up. White boys done came to the house. My dad will write you a $20,000 check for it now, but he know that it's worth $50,000.
Yeah, nah.
Because it's the original, and even right to this day, it ain't got no more than 98,000 miles on it.
What?
Yeah, and he got it in storage.
Is he gonna break it out?
I don't know what he gonna do, and it's pissing me off because he got a brand new Corvette. He the type that he buy new cars, but he won't get them fixed. He's not a mechanic guy. He'll run a car.
Maybe it's nice having something that everybody want, and you just
want to sit on it.
Keep it like a buried treasure.
Yeah, but outside of him being a police officer, man, he owned a bakery there. My brother was on Cupcake Wars on TV.
Really?
Oh yeah, he popular.
Yeah, you wouldn't think no police officer got a bakery.
Oh yeah,
man.
Yep, indeed. You know, trust me, I know. Look.
Oh, shout out to you, Marcus Banks. You about to head out?
Oh, is he leaving? Oh, okay. Look, man, you was trying to end a long time ago.
Hey, man, look, when the conversation flow, the conversation flow. Yeah, I am. To eat. You supposed to get something to eat too.
Yeah, definitely. Look, man, you got the information. Let's talk more. I'm gonna come there. Now that I know you there, I might even, we could probably just do some content together. I have no problem with that. Do some filming. Let's talk about our interests and see where it works out. And we could, probably even help your channel grow even more too.
Oh man,
Yeah.
I appreciate that, man. I appreciate it. Yeah.
And I wanted to be listening in on that other, the what you call it, y'all. What's the other one you said you got that you?
Oh, when we be on Clubhouse.
Yeah. So it's
Yeah.
you do Clubhouse. Is that an all phone thing, or can you do
It's
it
an
on
audio only app?
It's all on phone.
Yeah. Right from your phone, wherever you at.
Can you do it on yeah, you could text it to me too. Can you do it even on
desktop?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a way to log on through desktop.
Okay, I'd rather do that because I don't like to be just on the phone all the time.
Because I tried it. Actually, it's a way to log on and you can actually share it, and like how we talking now, like and recording and do it. It's a way to do it like that.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Right from your desktop. It's kind of messed up, right? Because if somebody's trying to kick you to the goo and you on the computer, they can't do it. They can't, and I don't think they can mute you if you doing it through the computer. So some people like that know that troll. I don't know if they fixed that update yet, but people that troll that know that, they'll come in on their computer, so you can't mute. Like the only option you have is to just kick them completely from the room. But while the argument's going on and the moderator is trying to mute you, they're like, wait a minute, why won't they mute? Why can't I kick them to the goo? And they're unable to do it. But yeah, you definitely can do it.
I'm gonna get a manual, man, on how to use TikTok. Not TikTok, but Clubhouse. I somewhat know how Clubhouse work, but when I go on those kind of apps over there, they get triggered. The females do. Oh, I know who he is. He hate women. They think that I really hate women, bro.
Oh yeah, man. It's so different, man, on there. I know Whack 100 is on there. I gotta update mine. Whack 100 is over there, the 100 side.
They be doing some crazy stuff, man.
Yeah, if you see it like Clubhouse, like you see the Whack 100 thing, that be him. It be on Clubhouse. It be a lot of stuff going on Clubhouse.
Can you make money off Clubhouse?
I don't know how they do that. I think they do it for instance, like on my page, I haven't gotten to get as much of it off of there, but you can have conversations on there, download the audio, and you can put it out as a podcast on YouTube or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Whatever podcast format you got. So you could create a room on there, put the replays on, and whatever,
and just let people listen.
Yeah, you can let people listen. Some people have Clubhouse rooms where nobody's on stage. It's just them listening. Some people have music playing and people just listening. Or
I'm just trying to figure out, what benefit do you get from it? Because other than that, just to have private conversations, that's cool. But see, we don't know what's private anymore, because you talk to somebody about something, in a spot like that, they fall out, then it's on YouTube.
Oh, no. I treat it just like YouTube. I'm not gonna get too private on there. Just like me and you talking here, we live.
Yeah.
I treat it the same way, whether the replay is on or not, because people could be in the audience recording you on screen share on their phone.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna say nothing that I don't want people to know.
Yeah, definitely.
I wouldn't encourage anybody to say their address on there.
Yeah, I feel it. Yeah, anybody with any sense.
Yeah.
See, and some things I will talk about in the background that's not important, to other folks. So yeah.
Because even like saying your full name on there is dangerous on Clubhouse. Like saying like your full first, last name and stuff like that. Even in certain rooms on there, you got to be careful with saying maybe your exact city, but that's like if people that you arguing with live in your exact city. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but let me tell you something. What I found out about out here, man, you got to have too much time on your hands to be doing some stuff like that. Now, people are crazy. They could be just like that crazy fan that Eminem talked about in his song, a Stan.
Yeah.
You know, because I've had some people to do a different avatar that says Quafinino changing avatars. That was their channel, and I had to ban that channel. And
I don't think most people are that bad. I think it comes from like when people be sharing and dropping locations with each other, taking the argument to another level. I've gotten arguments with people, but I don't take it to that level. I let it go. Like, whatever, man, you got it.
One dude told me he'll pay me $2,000 so I could come there and let him whoop my ass. Yeah. a telephone, a nigga from Colombia. He black, but he speaking, you know, like a Spanish speaking with an accent type dude. But he's mad because one of the older brothers that were on the panel said, "Hey man, you don't need to be over here talking about black business. You're not from America." And he got mad, and I laughed about it. So he got mad, and ever since then, every time he see me up on going toward the panel, he's like, "Man, this PUSSY nigga." You know, we just got into it maybe a week ago, and this is what this dude been feeling in his heart for 2 whole years, and never said nothing to me. He's never seen he's even been on panels with me on other shows and never said that until that day last week. Out loud.
Yeah, Clubhouse is differently. I think because it's audio only. I think it's a more insane crowd. People are gonna have a lot more courage.
They won't get on camera.
Yeah,
you can't get on camera right on Clubhouse, right?
Nah.
Well,
but like on YouTube, we be on camera and stuff. So I think people dial it back a little bit. Tend to treat people a little bit. Huh?
They ain't gonna come up to cam up. They ain't gonna do that.
Yeah. And then on YouTube, I think it's easier just to find your crowd on YouTube. I think it's just easier to like find your group. I
don't even care for Discord.
Yeah, I ain't never been on there. I heard a lot of things about
private, that they be letting the wrong. See, the thing is, the content creators be letting the wrong people up in the Discord, where they take everything that was private back to the streets, and that's a problem.
Yeah, I ain't even getting on Discord, man. I heard, I seen they be leaking people sex tapes and stuff like that. A lot of stuff on Clubhouse, people be talking about what happened on Discord.
Yeah.
They be, oh man, somebody put up somebody's address, footage, whatever and stuff like that. I don't worry about that. I don't get into it, people like that. I'm pretty sure if anybody want to find you, they can find you.
Somebody else. Whatever a person does with somebody else, nobody should be coming back. That's just like old female type dude, you coming back. I mean, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. That's why people stick to everything that's basic until you know that you're cool with a person and y'all become like really good friends, man, to the point to where, that's my bro. I can tell him what's going on with my life and he maybe can relate to it. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, I don't even tell things to my closest friends. Sometimes you got to take some and leave some.
Yeah, man. I don't speak about. I think I'm pretty much like that. I don't speak about personal stuff either. Really, in general, that's just my nature. It might be the old school in me, man. You don't really talk too much about certain things.
Yeah, I feel it.
Yeah, so I ain't like that anyway. I'm pretty simple guy anyway.
Yeah, so. Definitely. Well, look, man, I'm gonna get off here, bro. This has really been good. You got information, and let's talk more. I'll be working on some new stuff, and you can let me know when you go live. See, I go live. You never know. I might end up. I do live stuff, but I might end up coming up for maybe 30 minutes to an hour, and random. You know, I'm a night person. I'm usually not even a day person.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes I'd be like that. I pop up random.
Yeah.
I
But I'm
understand.
gonna gather up some of the brothers, man, and let's get a topic together and either do it on your show or mine. It don't matter. Or you simulcast. But I got to get some more skills and going live. I don't do live as much.
Yeah, I don't have them either like that. I just jump out there, man.
Hey, I feel it.
I just jump out there.
I'm still learning.
Hopefully people like it.
Yeah. All right then, brother. I'll talk to you.
All right, man. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for all the support, man, coming through.
Yeah, indeed. All right.
All right. All right, Marcus. I don't know if you're still on here, brother, but if you are, man, appreciate you, man, coming through. As always. Thank you. Appreciate everybody coming through and showing support. We went for 5 hours today. That's a new record. I think one time we did 4. So now 5. And I enjoyed it, man. Great conversation. Discussed a lot of topics surrounding the case with Rodney Hinton Jr. We got to touch on a lot of things that surrounding this case, things within the community, leadership, how we solve problems and come up with solutions in the community, connecting with like-minded people, keeping community business as community business. Yeah, we got to talk about a lot, breaking down the case. So yeah, it was a great conversation. Shout out to Narratives and Dialogues. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Definitely we got each other's information. So link up, just different topics, man. So yeah, I enjoyed it, man. I appreciate everything you came and that you added to this conversation. So yeah. Anywho, so I'm about to go eat and chill out. I don't know. I might wash the car today. Might. Anywho, man, appreciate you all. This is Risky Behavior. I am your host, Mr. Diabolical himself, and I am out. Peace.
Risky behavior.